Many MPs have lost their seats in Parliament because had never spoken in the floor of the House. But that has not been the case for Honorable Nasat Muhammad Ture, the Ayawaso East MP. This man has never said a word on the floor of the House, but has won his seat for 3 consecutive times since 2012. Let's speak to him and find out what has been his secret and what has kept him going on.
Some of you who comes to parliaments always, you know how the parliamentary procedure is. You can't just wake up and start talking. You talk when the matter arise, when there are some reasons to talk. Yes, then you wake up and talk. Or most of our talking also is at the committee level. Yes, as a member of parliament since 2012, and we started working 2013 as an MP. For me, today, all I believe is to make sure I work in my community. Today, people are saying, but the MP doesn't talk, but his people, they like him. They like him because of what? Because they like me because I do the right thing. Because I'm a servant who came to work for them, to make sure I change the life of my people. Today, if you enter my constituency, it's not about just talking. Some people, you come to parliament, you see them, they make noise. But when you enter in their constituency, you won't see much project. You can't notice some changes. But today, when you come to my constituency, you can identify the number of projects that I have done in my constituency today. I'm sure that is the reason why my people continue to vote for me. My people thinks I'm the best person to lead them. So I'm sure that is the reason why.
We know that for you to be retained, it means you are doing something right, and it means that the people like you. What are some of the things you do in your constituency? I heard you attend a lot of their gatherings, whether RA, funerals, you show up all the time, you support them. But I just want to know, what are you identified for?
If you enter Nima today, if you start from, I don't know if you know Frankies, all the way from Frankies down, Nuria down, especially the Nima market. There you can see the paving blocks that before I became MP, or the whole area is muddy. When it rains, to become muddy. It takes 2 weeks. You can't even walk to that area. I remember the one pastor at the Roman church said, Saint Kizito said, today, because of the good work that I did there, before when it rained and their members are coming to church, from the station, before they got to the church, they have to put water there. People have to wash their legs, people have to wash their shoes before they enter church. But today, the whole area is paved, it's clean. So from the Nima market going to the Ashama station, when you enter there, you see the difference. You come to the hot coffee hot coffee even before I was born. Especially when it rains, you can't walk there. You can't pass there. Even cars cannot enter and connect to Kanda Highway. So I did the project from hot coffee all the way to Kanda Highway. And there was a mosque that closed the road from Kanda Highway. I was able to negotiate with the owner of the mosque. And I demolished the mosque and then opened up the road and then put up a new mosque there for them. And from the same area, there is another drain work that I did. All the way is going to connect to the main Kaukudi drain. So the project is there. So when you go to downside, I don't know if you know Nima, downside there is a bridge. It's called Naza Bridge. They named the bridge after me. So when you go there, you see the bridge there. When I came, I said, so if we can put up a bridge here, so it will be easier for us to connect to Newtown Timber Market. So I started like joke. Today it becomes the major road, major bridge that will link you from my constituency to Newtown Timber Market. So, and then I said, oh, so why not we brought the idea of Operation Cement all your lungus, all the lungus. So today, thank God, at least we haven't finished all, but at least we're able to cement almost about 70% done. When you enter all the corners, you can see my handwork, my idea. When you go to Kanda, Ruga, I don't know if you know Ruga. You know Ruga? Yes. When you go to Ruga, you see the new public toilet that I'm putting up there. It is my project. The Operation Cement Yolungu, we extended it to Ruga. So when you go to Islamic Training Institute, the one on the Kanda Highway, initially before it's open. Yes, I came and said, oh, why? We can fence. Why can't we fence it? So we fence it. I put up another project in there. So today, the place is safe for the kids. Initially, when the kids are from the school, when they are crossing, sometimes because it's open, they cross anyhow. But now, because of the fencing, at least we did a pedestrian that they cross, and the traffic light also is there. So it's becoming safe. And then I have so many social interventions that I did, especially when it comes during the Ramadan. There are so many social interventions that I do help my mothers, my old ladies, my old fathers, my brothers, my sisters, that we do. So it's also part of the achievement. And then education. Also, I'm sure this is you can see the one I just paid for some people. I think about 4 of them, 10,000. One of them is 800. Yeah, I just pay for some of the students. So these are so we make sure when it comes to education too, we do, at least we can't do everything, but we make sure we support the youth to go to school. So when it comes to education, especially when the kids are writing the WASI, we make sure we support them with the math sets, and so on. Sometimes we give them books and others. So I think there is so many achievements that my people thinks I deserve to lead them. So that is why some people say, but the MP cry, he's quiet, he doesn't even talk. But why does the people, his people like him? Yes. So they like him because it's not just you come and talk. You don't do anything in your community. You don't do anything to your people. So that alone cannot make your people to like you. They will like you for some reason.
How is that feedback? Like how do they call you? Do you have a nickname? Is there a way you mingle with them in the constituency?
Oh yes. For I'm always my mic. Always. You know, even was it last Saturday? I attended funeral at Setkizito. There's a funeral there. Our former chairman died. Former constituency secretary. I attended the funeral last 2 weeks also. One of my special assistant also lost his mother. I'm talking about when you come, my relationship with the, we have Christians, we have Muslims. You understand me? But we judge to each other. So for my constituency, I'm visible. I'm always in my constituency. If I don't attend the program, I make sure I delegate my chairman to attend the program, especially outdoors, passing out, especially passing out. There are many. So funerals, any program, I make sure I deliver. Yes.
Oh, no, that's impressive. But I want to ask you, I know it came to a breaking point for you when there was a violence in Nima in regards to some hoodlums. How did you feel about the whole thing, and what are your comments?
Yes, the issue, even though it has been resolved, we all know Nima used to, years back, people say, oh, Nima is a violent area, people this and that. Some people too think so, especially the taxi drivers. Those days, years back, when you want to come to Nima, you stop taxi, they don't want to come. But today, Nima is one of the peaceful area, even though the incident that happened the other time. It has been resolved. And then some years back, about 10 years ago, we used to have the watchdog. The watchdog, they are also very, very helpful for the community. But along the line, they don't function again. They stop working. So this time we'll make sure we revive them. With the watchdog, we'll be able to dismantle all the ghettos that we have. The ghettos also, they are part of those who are creating problem. So we make sure all the ghettos have been dismantled, because some of them, they don't live in Nima. They come from far places. Because of when they come to Nima, they say they have some gate bases, some ghettos. So they come there and do some bad things and go back. So people think all those things that are happening, it is in Nima, but it is not from Nima. They are not from Nima, guys. They come and go. So we are trying to make sure this time we work on that to make sure that we won't allow you to come from far place and then come and spoil our name. So we are making sure that we stop all those things. We make sure that all the ghettos have been no more, doesn't exist anymore, so that you won't come there and get any bad things to smoke or whatever. So we are working on that.
Everything in Nima has improved, from roads to education to how did it happen? How did you work? I know you coach for being in parliament for close to almost 12 years. You'll be in parliament for the next 12 years because how did you resolve? Did you engage people imams, stakeholders, and how do you?
I do hold meetings with the chiefs, because our chiefs also, they are playing a very, very wonderful role. Our chiefs, because most of the intervention that we do in Nima, like forums, we do involve chiefs. They come and they also talk to the mothers, the parents. We do talk to them through the forum or any gathering. We make sure we give the chiefs the advantage, some little chance to talk to the parents. I think it has also played a very good role. That's why we are seeing some level of changes in Nima, not like before. Now most of the youth today, I think, they want to go to school. So I remember before the election, I went to house. I went every house. So every house we go, I tell them, I educate them. If you have a daughter or you have a son who wants to go to school and you can't afford it, come to my office. Yes, I will support you to make sure we pay the fees for you. So all those things also, it has been so helpful. So I think most of the kids today, they want to go to school. Those who doesn't go, or the parents who cannot afford it, that's why we advise them, come, we will help you. Yes, because some of them, you can see that the kids want to go to school, but the parents can't afford to pay the fees. So if you are in such situation, come, we'll help you. So that is also playing a very good role for us. So I think I would say we are progressing. Inshallah, we are progressing.
We've left your constituency. We are now in Parliament. I noticed a member of the committee, part of the committee for mines and energy.
Yes.
Would you say we are in crisis, looking at our recent 4 hikes and what's going on in this country? I think I don't need to give details, but what's your take on what's happening under the Akufo-Addo-led government in terms of?
I don't need to say Akufo-Addo has failed, but everybody, Ghanaians, have seen that Akufo-Addo has failed. He can't do anything. They are even confused. They don't know the direction that they are moving. They don't know. So that's why we said that they should come. I remember JM told them, John Mama told them, His Excellency John Ramama, he told them that time that you have never been there. People, you think it's easy. If it is Kufuor or then if it's a Kufuor or anybody who is a former president, you will understand the person. But you people, you have never been there. You came and make noise. Today you are the vice president. Today you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You are the president today. You are the vice president today. Akufo-Addo, you are the president today. What are we seeing today? No action, no show. Everything is standstill. Honestly, even we MPs, our common funds, 3rd quarter, 4th quarter. Now we are almost end of the 1st quarter. You haven't paid. So how can the country move forward? How can we develop the nation? So I don't need to talk much. Ghanaians have seen it. That NPP government has failed Ghana. That's it.
We are currently at the Ayawaso East constituency. We want to speak to the constituent what they make of their MP silence in the chamber. Is it working on the ground, or they are worried about his silence? Join us as we speak to some of them. Ayawaso is today because of your MP. He's been in Parliament since 2012. He hasn't spoken in the floor before. But you keep voting for him. He's been there in 2012, 2016, and in 2020. We want to find out what's the secret. Why do you keep voting for him even though he's not actively speaking in Parliament?
You know, Honorable Nasser Muhammad Toure is somebody, he believes in action. And since he came 2012, 2013, McNaza, if you go to Nima Market, he came there and he put pavement blocks. He went to the Nima Market and the Nima Medina Station, hot coffee area, all he put pavement. He went to the hospital, he provide them ambulance, he provide them generator, the big plant. He went to Nima police station, he provide them the plant. He built a general hospital at Nima. And though he didn't complete throughout, but he didn't reach some place before this government who came and completed. And education to be giving scholarship, many scholarships. And moreover, the Nima operation, Smith your Ulungu, he have done all. Before Nima, you can't pass inside Nima. But now Nima, when there's rain, there is no problem. The water is moving, flowing, you have no problem. So to talk in Parliament and you don't need anything to your constituency, no, we are not talking about your graduate, no, it's action. What you have done for your community. So Nima, we believe in action. So you have done law, even the street light, all corner in Nima, all. It was McNaza. So we will be keeping voting for him because he's doing well. So when somebody say why you don't speak in Parliament, no. We see some people speaking in Parliament, but if you go to their constituency, they didn't do anything to their people. So we love McNaza, we like him, and he's been doing well. So I think this is some of the things I've been telling you. I am the one, every project in Nima, all his projects, all from 1 to 8. I am the one who is supervising all. So McNaza, we love him. Even when he stands 10 times, we vote him for 10 times because he's doing well. We don't want somebody graduate to know. Just do what we will like. If you do, then we'll be voting for you.
It's not about talking in the Parliament. When in your area you are doing well, that's all. So if people are saying he's not doing well at Parliament, it doesn't mean he's not doing in his electoral area. He's doing well in our electoral area. He introduced me to Olungu and some many things to the assemblymen, and we use that opportunity when taking his step. So if somebody said McNaza is not speaking at the Parliament, it's not about speaking at the Parliament with the issue. Working in your community, that's the issue.
What are some of the projects he has done apart from the operation?
Or even when you go to our streets, he has done well to us. And normally when there's rainfall, we can't work. So McNaza came, so we saw the difference, big difference.
If he contests again, do you think you will retain him? And when can he lose his vote?
Nothing will let him lose. Nothing. Forward advice, backward Nima. I'm the assemblyman on Nima West electoral area. My name is Awule Tolo. Nothing will let him lose. Because we have voted for many people, nothing we see. But for McNaza, at least we can show 1 or 2 things on behalf of McNaza. He's not here for me, but I can show the project for him. But the many MPs who pass, who can show their project. So if they say he's not talking, we don't need his talking at the Parliament. We need the effort in the electoral area.
Honorable Nasser, me, I don't call him Nasser, I call him MTN. Everywhere you go, because his name is Mohammed Toure Nasser. So I short it MTN because of the phenomenal job that he has been doing for us, the development that he brought in our community since he became the MP. First of all, Honorable Nasser is a listening leader. Listening leader to the extent when you see something at the grassroots level and you draw his attention, he will tell you, go check what do we need to get solution for it, and then you will do it. You understand? So let's make a little analysis. When you have MP that talks and speaks louder in Parliament, and then it doesn't bring any development in his community, and the one that brings development in the community without talking in Parliament, you yourself, which one will you choose? You go for the one who always have development in the community. One thing people don't know or have to know is everything in Parliament is about whips and committee. If Honorable Nasser happened to be the vice chairman of Mines and energy in Parliament. Then we should thank God that we and then be proud of our MP being the vice chairman. He has a recognition. But the fact that you don't talk in Parliament, talking in Parliament, we have sector of people who does it. We have the chief whip, we have the majority leader. So why then do we supposed to see our MP on television talking before we are satisfied with his being MP? Me, I'm okay with his okay, and not me alone. A lot of environs. I'm a youth advocate. I'm into the youth. I moved through the MPP, the NDC, the PNC, and even I can tell you, as a matter of fact, the MPP constituents in our constituency vote for MP because for Honorable Nazir because of his phenomenal job that he's doing. So it's a man we can trust. He promised and he deliver. You understand? He promised and he deliver. So Honorable Nazir, I think, unless he decide not to go, he is our best choice as MP because ever since he became the MP, we've seen a lot of development compared to the previous MPs that we had in this constituency.
If he doesn't speak in Parliament, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do the good work at his area. He has been doing the good work at his area. That's why he has been winning always.
So what are some of the things he has done for you people in the
especially when you come to Nima, first of all, when you pass the corners, you can see, first it was very dirty. They put bola at any place. But now, if rain falls, you can pass anywhere at any time. You are not afraid of anything. Yes.
So with this, if he stands again, is this someone you
he has a chance to win. He has a chance to win because of the good work he has been doing. That's why I say he has the chance to win.
So if you vote for him again?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, at his back. But when he doesn't do the right thing, I'll say it. He knows me already.
Kasa de enipa ye adwuma na on kasa eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma. So na adwuma ntina ye to ma no because wo bae no nsisa aba mentemu ye fanse nima be bia ono wo ya yi no nsisa abem bebre because first the kwan we no na water down into nipa bre ansana cars kura ntimi mfa ha but wo bae na aja na kokwa adum tu wo so na adum tu na omu yi kwan we so ntinu ama bebia bebre enya hanko ha ntinu obia hwe sende na juma city ansana wato ama no enye ne kasa obi wo a kasa parliament bia wo nya sende amanfo ye pe ama wa aya ama omo ntinu eno de nkyere se wo nya adwuma de wo ye so bia pere mpuntu na sende wono so ne mente musu be ye so ntinu eno nkyere se bia on kasa no wo ye adwuma pa so wo bo ni pa sende ni pa hu kyerwa ukoni nkyɛn a wono so otimi tie nipa su frena wono so sende kakra wo wono metimi abo nipa tina no de enye wonye bad wo ho se mpunto ne sende wo hu nipa mo bronde enu de wonye ayikura
esa be magana parliament take win seat in shishini cikin zango mungani ma kowane lungu kabiduka ya se cement kowane lungu even Kanda estate duka ya kan street nan duka ya gyare na yin da yayi ababe da wa schools ya je schools ya ba da uniforms da table and chairs da ababe da yawa isa ga kasuwar mu na Nima da an ka shiga kasuwar Nima laka aka ya dare baka ka bi cikin kasuwa amma yanzu akan ga dai kasuwar Nima ka shiga kai tafiya ka kwanta ko ina maganan da kenan kenan.
Member of Parliament for Ayawaso is Honorable Alhaji Nazir Muhammad Ture did say emphatically that his silence in the House did not connote irresponsibility on the ground. We spoke to the constituents and he seems to have earned his position amongst the people and they are satisfied with his work. They shared his success story and they are very happy of what he's done so far. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese reporting for GhanaWeb.
It's a fresh start to 2022, and as usual, I'm back with a lot more spice on your favorite talkatainment. Yes, on this episode, we'll find out how medicine married arts and entertainment. Yes, so I know I'm getting you confused, but when we come back, we'll find out more about what I'm talking about. This is yours truly, Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away. And we are back from that quick breather. As usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesdays at 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0244 133 397 0244 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And on to the next thing. Yes, I stated in my intro that I guess for today, I don't know, he's within the arts and entertainment industry, but at the same time, he's doing something more formal. So we have arts here and we have medicine here. We have here the one and only Obi Amponsa. You are welcome, Obi.
Thank you, Elsie. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
You're looking fabulous.
Thank you, you too.
Oh, stop it.
So I was expecting you to be in something formal.
Yeah. I mean, you caught me on my side job.
Okay.
Yes. We record for the House Zero show. So on Thursdays we do the skits and all that. So yeah, that is what we are doing today.
But
today I'm not in the consulting room.
Oh.
I'm off clinic duties.
I see. But how convenient is that though? You are able to make time for these things. How convenient is it?
Yeah, I'm more of a locum doctor. Yeah, locum doctors are part-time. So maybe somebody's going on the leave for about 2 weeks. They need somebody, an optometrist to fill in for him or her. Then I go and then do that. So I work on my own terms. I'm like a freelancer optometrist. Yeah.
I see. So with all your comedy stuff going on, how do people see you?
The consulting.
At hospitals, like when they see you, how do they react?
Yeah, thank God for nose mask though. First of all, thank God for nose mask, because usually they see you, they see your eyes, and they go like, "Are you?" And some want you to pull down the nose mask so they confirm. Others just don't care whoever you are. Like maybe they'll recognize you, alright, but they are there for their eyes. And so, but I've had reactions where patients are probably stunned a bit when they realize that I'm the one they see on TV and then they see in the consulting room. Yes, I've had those reactions as well before. But it's a good bitter taste. Like sometimes when you're in the consulting room, you want to be.
Can you recall any of the crazy, encounters you have had with your patients with regards to?
Yeah, like a patient brought. No, the daughter brought the mom, and then the mom realized that I was the guy on TV and I was also the consulting, the doctor.
Yeah.
And she almost married me to her daughter.
Ooh.
Yeah, because she thought I was quite responsible. Hey, you know, I know TV, so I know not here. That was when I was in the central region. So, say, Pacho brother, how are you? And I said, oh. They've been worried, and then he called the daughter, very beautiful daughter. He wanted me to marry her. Yeah,
But are you married though?
I'm not married.
So why didn't you also, or she wasn't your spec?
What are you saying?
Oh, you heard me.
Well, I mean, I don't know what happened. We talked.
You exchanged numbers.
Yeah, and then we talked.
And what happened?
On to your next question.
Anyways, let's delve into the comedy aspect.
Yeah.
What has been like your greatest reward for performing at an event?
When you say greatest reward, are you
Yes,
talking about
so
money?
in terms of money.
Money.
Yes.
Money will be the 1,000 laps. My biggest paycheck so far is at the 1,000 laps. I think 1,020. One of them, 1,026. The one before the last year's on, it was good. And my biggest exposure would be, so that's the monetary side. But for exposure, that would be when I went to perform in Nigeria, the Lord of the Rings Comedy Festival with Basket Mouth and a couple of other very talented comedians. It was the first time performing outside the country to a different crowd altogether who didn't understand
with the Ghanaian accent.
You know, yeah. So it was a beautiful moment, and the reception from the Nigerians was awesome. And so it was one of my best moments. Like so far, I would say that, and then the next one will be me when I hosted my own show at the National Theatre.
But what was some of your observations though?
When I went to Nigeria?
Yeah, on the performing on the Nigerian stage as compared to, Ghanaian stage.
Yeah.
And the crowd, organizers, everything.
Yeah, the organization was superb. I was given a 5-star treatment when I landed in Nigeria. Apart from the immigration trying to find something from me, which is everywhere, like so. And then I was picked up from the airport to the island. Is it
What's the name of the island?
Victoria Island. Yes. And then I checked into my hotel at Eco, beautiful Eco Suites.
Eco Suites.
Eco Suite or is it suite or suite?
Suites. Yeah. Suites.
So I checked into Eco, and the treatment was awesome. Food, star treatment, boss, have you eaten? Yeah. Except for the jollof, but the other foods were awesome.
Except for the jollof?
Yeah, the jollof there.
It's Nigeria jollof in Korea.
Oh, but Ghana jollof, they be past Nigeria jollof. But there are other foods.
Is it true it's like, it tastes like it was made with palm oil?
It tastes like oblayo. Like the rice is big. That's the problem. I think the rice, the cooking and everything is okay. But the rice is local. It's the big one.
And it's sticky.
It doesn't remove one. So that's what makes Nigeria. That's my observation. But their gushi, their oporo, oh goodness. Ogbono. My goodness. I wish I was eating some right now. Their food is awesome. So they treated me well. And the reception on the stage, when I came, a brother from Ghana make some noise for Obi Amponsa. Yeah, and I went on stage. On my right were people, on my left in front of me was a big auditorium, and they laughed from the first joke to the last joke. What I realized was that they laughed at my relatable jokes.
Yeah.
Yes, and I tried as much as possible to do a few researches about the Nigerians.
Yeah.
They are footballers.
Yeah.
So I linked them, and then there are some things that are general.
Yeah, their way of life.
Yeah, makeup is done in Ghana, it's done in Nigeria. Yeah. Football, work, and it was awesome. It was
their pronunciations.
That's something I plan on picking on sometime. But COVID came and then we had
funny enough, they feel they speak better than us. Like in terms
of
English.
Yeah, shut the door.
Yeah. Doctor.
But that's theirs. Yeah, that's what. And we also feel like our English is way better. The funny thing is we are all using a borrowed language.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You see. So recently, with you being a comedian and all of that, you're an SDA member?
Yes, I'm an SDA church member.
You play instruments in your church as well?
Yeah, I play the keyboard sometimes. Not like full-time keyboardist, but...
multi-talented.
Oh, stop it.
So has there been any instance where your pastor has called you aside to talk to you about everything that you're doing?
Yeah. My pastor actually has done that a couple of times to put me in the right direction.
What did he say?
He said I should be careful. I should be careful. I don't know where but I am not sure you say we will be doing it, and then before you realize you divert, no frigidity, So I'm always being put in check so that I stay in the faith.
So you're a church boy?
Oh, I'm a church boy. I'm a choir master. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. I'm a church choir master, district church organist at the Ebenezer SDA Church at Kaswa.
What's the shortest voice training ever for choir masters? I know they have this way of training voices.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And what else?
You clear your throat. You wanted the
I know
shortest one.
they do something, you know.
Yeah, usually you can use a song.
Okay.
Like, as a favor, please sing for me the scale of si do re mi fa sol la ti do ti la so fa mi re do, something like that. Or for me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today. You know that song? That song helps with your breath control. Can you try it?
Yeah.
True. So you have to wait for me to finish.
True.
Now today. For a year. You get me? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, yeah.
So I know everybody must have had his or her breaking point in whatever thing you're doing. So did you at any point want to stop doing comedy?
Yeah. I had my first like big time breaking point. I've said this on a lot of interviews. At the my second time on 1,000 Laughs, I was billed to perform. I was hot then in 2016 August.
Yeah. So now you're not hot again.
Oh no, those days like 2016 when I was
blazing
coming out.
hot.
Yeah, so I've blown twice. So I believe in 2016, and then the flame was doused because I literally flopped on that night. I did jokes that I had not tried anywhere before. And as a comedian, before you try a joke, you should, on a big stage, you should have tried it on smaller spaces like clubs, comedy clubs, you know, pubs, a place with 50 people. And then when it works, you know, that sample size is representative enough of the people you are going to perform to. I did not do that. So I thought I was super. And I was humbled on that stage. I almost gave up. What encouraged me was I had a show the next day in Takrade, the Sunday. And so I even called the guy that cannot come for the show. And looking at the state I was in, he said if I do not come, his show would flop. And so I went for that show and I vented on them. Yeah, it went so good that I paused and I asked myself, so what happened the previous night? And then I realized the mistake I did.
But what exactly did you do on the stage?
The performance?
Yes.
It was jokes that I had not rehearsed with anybody, like with people. And so though there was laughter, it wasn't to the level I was expecting it. And people were expecting so much from me that I shortchanged them in that performance. So it felt like I didn't do well.
Okay.
I almost quit. It took a lot of people to call me. Clemento Suarez called me to talk to me about my performance. He said, Charlie, I should just take it in good faith and then work on it.
Oh,
so,
sorry. Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that...
Don't go there.
No, I'm not going in. I'll go there. You can't tell me where to go.
Okay.
Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that there was a point in time you were very depressed after that Mahama joke.
Yeah.
And then they took you to a strip club.
Elsie, where did you get this
Please,
one?
excuse. Yes.
Please cut this
No, they took you to a strip club. So what happened there?
What happened at
where the strippers?
What?
Hello, you remember?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yes.
A friend to help me kill my depression.
Yeah.
Suggested that looking at the bottoms of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
how did it calm you down? Tell us, take us
God
through.
created human beings, especially men, to be calmed by the profound features of women. So yeah,
if you lie, I'll know. I know the story. So tell us how it went.
So I'm telling you that I went to the strip club. They asked me, do I want a fair or... You want the experience, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They asked me, do I want a fair lady or I want a dark lady. And then I went for fair, and they gave me the lady who they gave me, they called a lady called Happiness. Then Happiness came. Yeah, and apparently if you have to touch her, you have to pay something. And so she asked me, she wasn't Ghanaian. I think she was either Nigerian or Liberian. You want to touch? I said yes. He said 10 cedis. Then I'll pay, and then maybe
you hold her breast.
Yeah, hold her breast.
Hey God.
Yeah.
Papa.
And it helped with my depression.
Okay. So with all these experiences and all that, how far can a comedian go with insensitive jokes? Learning from your experience.
Yeah, I think a joke is a joke. Okay. We are living in a sensitive world right now. And the problem is that you have to be careful who is listening to the joke. Because a joke that is funny to you may not be funny to somebody else. And a joke is a lot funnier when it's not about you. And so if we begin to understand what a joke is, then we would know what to deal with when it comes to jokes. So jokes literally mean don't take it serious. And so if somebody makes a joke about something like I did with the name Mahama, it wasn't a malicious intent. It was because I felt I could joke around it. And as a comedian, you need to bear the consequences of your joke.
Let's take a short breather here. I know this is getting more wavy, but when we come back, we have so much more for you. Don't go away.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, you're watching Talk Assignments on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the very handsome, the very handsome Obi Amponsa. We're still here vibing.
Yeah, we're vibing.
You live at Kaswa, right?
Yeah, I live at Liberia camp.
Budumburam.
Yeah, Budumburam.
Okay. But you've heard that they are transforming your toll booth into a toilet.
Yeah, can you imagine?
What's your view?
Yeah, it's funny because we thought the toll booths were causing traffic, okay? Mm-hmm. And they took away the toll booths, mm-hmm. and the traffic intensified. Ooh. And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway.
Yes.
How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway to take
and toward
and then you be there, you hear yes, because there are vendors there.
I know.
It was like what's happening?
You know,
it's crazy. You be there in the washroom and the ambulance will be passing mm-hmm. with it. I don't think they are going to implement it. I think the minister said it out of jest. He was just like, okay, let me put in, like, what came in his mind? Like, I've thought of it. Like, he saw it and like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't take it off. Maybe we should let people pee. Because he doesn't like the fact that they go by the roadside.
Obi,
yes,
if you like a girl so much and the girl tells you that no sex before marriage, would you still pull through or not?
Yeah, I'll pull through.
Hey, why?
Yeah. I mean, if I like her so much, yeah, I would make that sacrifice and then get married to her quickly.
So would you make that sacrifice and stay, or you would maintain a side
No, I mean, I'm a faithful guy in a relationship, so why is a Rabna yawning when I said I'm a faithful guy in a relationship?
Because
Because what?
no, can we continue?
You have anything?
Oh no.
Talk. Like, let the people
No,
know.
like I'm surprised. Well, okay, that's your answer though. That is fine.
What have you heard about me?
No, men.
Men. Well, like I've told you, unless you have an answer to that question, this is my answer to you.
That you stay faithful.
Yes.
And not even explore others.
No, not at all.
So what would you do? You
What?
masturbate?
No, I don't masturbate.
You've never masturbated?
Is that a question part of the interview?
No, like we are going somewhere. It's a follow-up.
It's a follow-up.
Yeah.
Like I've never. Well,
No, you said you don't. So I'm asking you whether you used to and you stopped.
with what?
Masturbation.
Well, that's a broad topic. When you say masturbation,
Hello,
I mean, what are you talking about?
Hello. The masturbation, you know that I know that you know I'm talking about.
So in Nigeria, they call it soapy. Okay. Some use soap because they use soap. They call it soapy.
So do you soapy? Do you creamy?
use
Do you okroy? Whatever it is, do you do it?
Yeah. So for that thing, is for a lot of guys, it's a solo act. You know, something they do in their solitary environments, and it's something they do not divulge the info out to people. It's a personal thing. I believe if you do it, you wouldn't like it to be out there, or if you've ever done it before, if you know. So
hey, this pastor dear.
That's a question.
This pastor that is hey.
That's
this
a question
pastor.
that I would like to deflect.
Don't worry, I know the pastor.
You know what?
The pastor will call you if you say you do it. He'll call you.
If I say I don't do it, he will still call me.
Oh.
So I mean, yeah, I might as well sit
pastor,
on the fence.
Pastor. Anyways, it's okay. But because I know, like almost out of 100, 98% of guys masturbate.
Maybe I'm part of the two.
Huh?
For you know, you never know.
Let's move. Your relationship with Lexi the Comic.
Yeah.
He's your very close friend.
It's a very
How do you influence each other?
Lexi is a very creative guy. He's like my personal favorite comedian, and so we sync with each other, and there's this kind of synergy where he rubs off my energy. I also do that of his, and we've realized that coming together to work has really helped all of us in our confidence, our stagecraft, and in various avenues we are pursuing. So Lexi is a very good colleague, very funny guy, and I'm glad I know him as a friend.
Okay. At what point is it too much to repeat a joke?
When it's the same audience for about 4 to 5 times, you know, but comedy dwells on surprise. Like, you're not expectant of the punch, and then I land it, and you're like, oh, and then you laugh, okay? The next time, you're not really expectant, but maybe you've heard it already, but you're like, okay, this joke is funny. Maybe you tell a friend, listen to this one, and then you laugh. The third time, you be like, yo, enough, okay? Like, yeah, tell me something new.
Yeah.
It's not like music. And so comedy is quite tough. And that is why we always advocate that we'd have, we would go nationwide so that our audience is not just restricted to Accra.
Yeah.
And so we go Techiman,
Brekum,
you know, Volta region, so that you gather the experiences and then come serve also the people in Accra with that. We don't have the financial wherewithal to carry on with these tours. So we appeal to corporate people to come around, support. If you want us, and comedy doesn't involve much. You don't need the too many lighting and good sound, and then the performance. And so if there are corporate bodies watching us who would like for us to tour the 16 regions, we are ready. Let's come, let's talk it out, so that we wouldn't be repeating jokes to the same people in Accra. Coming up with like 15-minute content is tough. You understand? That's why when a comedian gets it, he tries to work it out. And that's why people say we don't post a lot of our videos online. It is because the jokes would get old. And so sometimes the ones that we allow, we let them out. And for other times, the jokes that maybe you just wrote like a 5-minute material that you know works very well, you'd have to eat off it. You know, be playing maybe some corporate shows, blah, blah, blah. Because if you post it, TikTok picks it, everybody picks it, it becomes a viral thing. now when you're performing it, nobody enjoys it anymore. And then you can't make cash out of it. They'll find you boring. And so we don't usually let out our videos because of that. And that's why sometimes we appeal that even for you, GhanaWeb and the other media channels, when you come, maybe a 2-minute snippet is fine. But to pick the whole stuff and then go put on your thing, it makes our work quite difficult. Unlike the Kwame Eugenes, the kiddies who can perform Touch It here, tomorrow Touch It. Kwame Eugenes still singing Angela, you know, because it's good music. Yeah. And music stays. But unless it's probably by popular request, you say, okay, that joke that you did, can you do that from then? So that's it for us. Jokes can be repeated. Sometimes we even modify it, but still repeat it. Yeah.
Comedy, medicine, which one pays more?
Comedy pays good. It also takes you to places that probably your profession wouldn't take you. That's why I consider this as a career. It carries me, you know, around. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Nigeria because of optometry. I went to Nigeria because of comedy. You understand? So
what projects are you currently working on?
Yeah, we are working on a couple of projects. We plan on hosting a show in August, myself and Lexi. You guys should watch out for it.
Okay.
Yes, the title is Lesser Gods of Comedy. It's going to be an awesome, a good production, and I'm grateful for my previous one, which I haven't talked about.
Yeah.
I did a show at the National Theatre, popular but broke, and we sold out to the
National. I wanted to ask you about it. Like, how did it go? What went into it?
Awesome. It was awesome. Earlier, I was looking at doing it kakra and kakra. You know, let's sell our tickets to social media. And then I contacted one guy at 3 Music, Ricky Tennyson, and then we talked. And then he said, yo, let's expand this vision. Let's do billboards. Let's make it big. And it's so big. It went so good that when CTFM were announcing nominees for their Entertainment Achievers Award, my show was part of Event of the Year. Aww. You can imagine, you know, there were other shows, but I mean, if the show was that good to be featured there, then it means we did a good job. And so I'm grateful to God and my fans and everybody who supported in this project. I really appreciate it, and it's good. Now we've sold out National Theatre. It's left for us to fill stadiums. And the dream is to do Madison Square Garden.
Amen.
Yeah, and by God's grace, it will come off. God's grace and dint of hard work. Amen.
Receive it.
Would you like to MC the event when it's
when you call on me?
Call on me.
And I'll be there. Anyway, so your final words or your dying words?
Yeah. Hello, everybody that's watched this. My name is Obi Ampons. I'm a stand-up comedian by night and an optometrist by day. And I do enjoy my job as a comedian and as an optometrist as well. For all of you following me because of my comedy, I love you guys. I promise to continue working hard and continue to support us as well. I'm Obi Amponsa on all social media networks. Please subscribe to our YouTube channels. And also, I have a radio show on Plaza FM 89.9 every Friday evening from 7 to 8 p.m. And also on TV, GH1 TV, we have the Half Serious Show from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. every Saturday. Join us, let's have fun. Follow me on social media. When you see my adverts on YouTube, like when you're on my channel and watching a video, watch the advert too, okay, so that I can get money from YouTube. God bless you and stay safe.
Yes, that was Obi Amponsa for you. Yes, I promised you a good show, and yes, of course, I have delivered. So, Obi Amponsa, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Elsie.
Yes.
Be safe, eh? All the best with your new boyfriend.
Anyway, so can we ignore that? Yes, so far is all too soon we have come
all
to...
the best with your new boyfriend.
All the...
Far too soon.
All too soon we have come to an end of this edition of Talk Entertainment. I hope you had fun or enjoyed yourself wherever you are. As usual, this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So here's where we draw the curtains. We come your way another time. Till then, stay safe and be good. Bye.
We continue the story of Reverend Father Andrew Campbell on this episode of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Today, we take a walk with Father around the Weija Leprosarium. This has been home to lepers in Accra and other parts of the country where Father Campbell actually administers. We go around with him to speak to the very people for which this center was created. Come along with us as we hear all the stories. When he was handed a parish at the age of 30, it came with so much more, and that was how his beautiful, selfless life with lepers also began. But it wasn't a love at first sight kind of story.
I came back to Ghana and tried to settle back in. And that's when the Archbishop called me, Archbishop Andrew, the late Archbishop, said, Father, we want to give you a parish, Sacred Heart Parish. I said, yeah. I said, Your Grace, I'm only 30. I'm a young priest. And this parish is an old parish. You're going to put me in charge of it. The oldest parish in the crown. I'm a young priest. Oh, Father, you can do it. So I went there. It was 1977. I spent over 22 years there in that parish, in Sacred Heart Parish in Derby Avenue. I loved it. I loved it. That's what I did. I started to work with the lepers when I was in the cathedral, and continued working with the lepers at Sacred Heart. I used to bring them to church. Then I started working at Princess Mary Louise Children's Hospital. And I used to visit the fishermen down in Jamestown. Every year we'd go there and bless the boats, say mass for them and bless them there. I loved my work at the Children's Hospital. I always had that love for children, and I've always been involved with the Children's Hospital, and it's something I really love. I go there quite often to see how they're doing. I'm still the chairman of the board. And then with the lepers, I started to work at the cathedral when a leper came to me one day with a whole bag of mangoes and said, Father, here, you know fingers. Here, Father, here. I said, yeah. And I was afraid. I said, yeah, what do I do? And I took the mangoes and said, thank you. And I gave them out to people quickly. I said, I don't want to get leprosy. But then after I gave them out, then I felt guilty. I said, no, this is not right. Where does this man live? Let me go and follow up. So I came here. The place was in a mess. A mess. There was nobody helping them. They were hungry. The place was dirty. There was so much to be done. They were neglected, completely neglected. To go to Accra, hiring a taxi was difficult, very difficult. They were hungry. Time to say, Father, we've no food. We're hungry. We need food. So that's when I started work here, and I felt this is what God is asking me to do, to come and help these people who are marginalized. They're forgotten, their families forget about them, they don't care. They don't care about them, they just leave them. So I said, no, so let me do something. And that's when I started Lepers Aid Committee. I started Lepers Aid Committee of all the young people who used to go around, and we'd have sponsorship walks, we'd have concerts, we'd have various things to raise money, because the little which they'd get from the government was very, very, very little. So they needed extra help. So we started organizing. We used to go on the streets and have walks on the streets and bring our cans and start begging from cars, looking for money. We'd go to Accra Mall at Christmas time and start begging there with permission from the authorities of Accra Mall with our containers, asking people to help us. So we wanted to help us in every way so that they wouldn't be neglected. Some people would love them and take care of them.
After one of the lepers he knew in the early days at Wager died, something on the day of his funeral got Father really angry.
And the way they were taking care of him, I mean, the people, the relatives would come, and they'd come when somebody would die, because you have to give them a good funeral. If you don't give a leper here a good funeral, the disease will come back to your town. And so they always gave them a good funeral. There was one old man, he was 90 years of age, he was blind, he was 90. And Mr. Quarty, nice old man. He was a senior prefect here. And he said to me, Father, when I'm dying, don't send me to hospital. Don't send me to hospital. He says, let me stay here. Let me die here. Let me die with all my friends and others here. So he died here. He died here, and I went to his room and I picked a nice up and down, nice one, and said, tomorrow we bury him, because we never bring him to the mortuary. We always buried him the next day. So they stay overnight in the room, the next day we buried him. So the next day I came, I bought a coffin for him, so I sent a coffin on ahead. And when I bought the coffin, then when I went and I saw the man, he was in a suit. So I said, what's he doing in a suit? This man, he's wearing a suit. I said, this man has never worn a suit in his life. He has to wait till he dies before he can wear a suit. I said, hey, who gave him a suit? Because I had a nice up and down, beautiful up and down, which he had in his wardrobe. I found out the family. Bad news in Ghana travels fast. So these people who were living nearby here and never came to visit them, they came with their cameras and their videos. They came taking photographs. So we went to the church. We prayed, and I said, my dear people of God, thank you all. You've all come here to bury this man. I said, thank you. That's so kind of you. So kind. But I said, it's a pity you have to wait till he died before you came to see him. It would be nice to see him when he was alive. Hey, he said, I insulted him. I shouldn't have said that, he said. I've insulted him. But I said, it's true. Why did you wait? And you went along and bought him a suit. But when he was alive, he never wore a suit in his life. And now he's dead. And he's in a suit. So I brought him, put the coffin in the back of my car, and I brought him to the cemetery, mile 11. And there, when I came back, I was with all the lepers. We were all together. And then the family were a different place. And the family had a pickup full of booze, plenty of drink. All the drinks were there, the beer, the soft drinks, and the rest. So they drank that themselves and didn't share with me anything. They said no, because I insulted them. They wouldn't give me anything. So I said, it's okay, you go your way. You go your way.
The neglect that these lepers face, especially from their families, is one of the things that has been a great worry to Father. He shares a recent example.
The families neglect them too much. And it's sad. It's sad that they just dumped them here and go their own way. Just dumped them. We had a case here recently of one man who died. He died about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And when he got quite sick, and his wife went off to the north for a funeral. She forgot to come back. She stayed there. And the man was dying here. We took him to hospital, we took care of him, we did everything we could to save his life, but we couldn't. And he died. He had no family member around when he went to bury him. No, we had to bury him. The Muslim community around here came, said their prayers, and we went off and buried him in the local cemetery. And now, 3 or 4 weeks afterwards, and the wife comes back. Oh, Father, I wasn't well, I said, this is how you treat your own husband. So their own family members don't treat them properly. You know, they are marginalized, they are dejected in society. It's bad. You know, and they're not given that love and that care. You know, I always tell them that they are special. They're special. You know, that when they go to God, they'll have a higher place in heaven than you and I will have. Because all that they've gone through, all the abuse they've gone through, you know, how people don't mind or are afraid of going near them. And you take them to hospital, you know, they see this, they won't have anything. They're afraid. And recently we gave them, we took them out in the bus and took them on an excursion. And that was an excursion of their life.
But there have been some really good days too, and a lot of love from people as well. He calls one of these moments the happiest day of his life.
I'll never forget that. We rode to KFC, the managers there, and asked them to give us food for the day. So they gave us rice, chips, and chicken. So we took that on the bus and went off to West Hill Mall. And it was Christmas time, so we brought them around and saw the Christmas tree, the Christmas lights. And then they saw the escalator. They've never seen an escalator before. Never. And they were going up on the escalator. It was fun. Then we took them by lift down, up and down. They were so happy. They were so happy just by it. And then we took them over to Bojo Beach. And we had food before we went into the beach. And they enjoyed all the food. They chopped everything, all the rice, all the chicken, everything they enjoyed. And then we gave them ice cream, so they're really happy. Then we brought them to the beach. And with Bojo Beach, you have to go by canoe and across a lagoon. I don't know if you've been there, but you have to cross, getting them all into the boat, into the canoe. Those on crutches, those with artificial legs, those on walking sticks, and getting them from the bank into the boat. It was fun, but they enjoyed it. Then we brought them to the beach, and they sat there here on the beach. They looked at it and said, hey, this water, the sea is big. Hey, they haven't seen the sea before, and they're living here, and the sea is out here. They've never seen the sea before in their life, never. And they were so happy seeing the sea. And they looked out and saw this and such. And one woman had an artificial leg. What she did was she took it off and put it behind, and she went out to the sea and she sat there in the sand, and she let the water just come in and just put over and go around her. They were so happy. That day was one of the happiest days of my life. That I'll never forget the joy and the happiness that we shared on that day. You know, the gift of giving, the gift of sharing, the gift of thinking of others. And what was it? What did it cost us? Nothing. We were able to share it with our time and others, and it was wonderful. It taught me that, you know, the wonderful gift it is to share with people everywhere.
Now, Father Andrew Campbell tells us the stories of Kodiabe, the Christ the King Church, and the Soup Kitchen Project that have also defined his ministry journey in Ghana.
After Sacred Heart Parish, I was there over 20 years, and then I was assigned to Good Shepherd in Tema. Good Shepherd in Tema. And that one was also wonderful, wonderful. It's right at the port, right at the harbour. And then I had We had outstations. We had about 9 outstations at one stage. Outstations as far as Prom, Dawenya, all those out that area. But there was one outstation that I was asked to take care of in a special way, and that was Cordia Bay. Cordia Bay. I remember the first time I went to Cordia Bay. When I went there for a Sunday Mass one Sunday, nobody was there. The Mass was in a broken down school building, broken down ceiling and doors. All there was a dog, nothing else. And I was going to say Massa. So I went and said, hey, nobody come for Mass today? So I went from there to another outstation. So that was my introduction to Cordia Bay. But I came back. And Archbishop Ando and the Nuncio, Coachra, asked me to start a clinic and a convent. They didn't give me anything to start with. So there were 4 Reverend sisters coming from India. So I had to find accommodation for them. Then we had to start a clinic. So we could decide with the local chief to start a clinic and the buildings around it. And there was one building there already. There were no windows, no doors, nothing. So we added to it and made it a nice outpatients. And then there was also in the town there was a dam. So we rehabilitated the dam for them, and also for their farming and fish farms we had there. And then we did a lot for them in Cordia Bay. It was a good experience in Cordia Bay. They taught us, you know, they were in need. We helped a lot of the children go to school, helped them to go to school, and the farming and others. So Cordia Bay was always a soft spot. I always say it's my hometown, that I've done a lot for them in Cordia Bay, and I'm grateful for what they've done for me too. I helped. So I was there, and then one day I was in Cordia Bay when Archbishop Buckle came and said, he wants to send me to Christ the King Church. He said, you've been here 12 years in Good Shepherd. We want to change you and bring you to Christ the King. So I came to Christ the King and spent 12 happy years at Christ the King, doing all I could. I started a soup kitchen. I saw the children were in need. After Mass every morning, the children and others would hang around begging for food and begging for money. So I said, no, let's get them together and give them a breakfast every morning. So the parishioners financed it for me. They gave me money, and we started a soup kitchen. So now the soup kitchen will be 6 years old this month, and we've taken care of over 300,000 to 400,000 children.
He also talks about his retirement and how an experience in hospital reignited his zeal to help the poor.
On the 31st of May 2021, I retired. I retired from active parish work. Okay. I retired from Christ the King after spending all those years, over 50 years, here in Ghana. And I came to live here with the lepers. Now, the reason why I came, you know, there's a reason why I came here, why I want to spend my life. And rather than I could go back to my hometown and spend it there, I could go to certain places and just relax. But last year, the year before last, I was sick at the University of Ghana Medical Center. And I had a clot in my lung, a pneumonia of my lung. And I had blood pressure of 70/30, which is a blood pressure of a dead person. The nurses and doctors there worked hard on me. One night I had a crisis. You know, the bad crisis. Thank God I had a crisis there, not at home. And they brought me back to life. So for days and days and days, I was on heart machine, oxygen machine, drips, catheter, you mentioned it, to bring me back to life again. And it was during that time, I lying in bed, because I was being spoon-fed, bed bath and everything. And it was during that time, a quiet time on my own. I was the only one in the ward. And it was during that time I heard God talk to me. You haven't finished your work. Go and help the poor. That was the message I got from God. So I decided, God is telling me I should spend my retirement taking care of the poor and the needy. And that's why I've come here. We were talking to the administrator of the Common Fund, Natosh, and she said, what do you want to do, Father? What do you want to do? What do you want us to do with wage? And I told her, all the accommodations here, 71 years old, and they're clay. They always break down and awful. So Common Fund have built 2 separate compounds here of 20 rooms in each, beautiful rooms. A room for kitchens there, everything is there, so 2 of them. One is Mother Teresa's soup kitchen, one is Padre Pio's soup kitchen. So Common Fund built that for us. And then they also built a nice big summer hut for us there to have big celebrations there. And also a clinic and a research center for leprosy. And they'll be the only research center of leprosy in the whole of West Africa. Phase 2 for Common Fund, they have to put in a new road and they have to equip the building. They have to equip the building for the research center. And so this is where I am.
Father Campbell admits that this job is not an easy one, just like these challenges he speaks about.
To do is that these people have been neglected, but not just here. Kukufu, Ankofo, Ho, Nkanchina, Mwa. We help them too. We help them also. We share. At Christmas time, people came and shared a lot of food with us. Now we're sharing them, and we're going to go to all these various settlements in the country and give everybody a nice big Christmas gift each. That's what we intend to do. I wanted this image or this stigma which the people here, people are afraid. They're still afraid of touching, afraid of going near them, afraid of visiting them. So this is a big challenge. How can we overcome this? How can we? I mean, you take the lepers here, or the cured lepers. They get 30 cedis a month from the Common Fund. That's a CD a day to live on. How do you expect them to live? How? The rest is all donations from people who've given us money, donations for Christmas and the rest and such and such. But how do you expect them to live? I don't know how the others, those in Ho and Anchor, I don't know how they manage to exist. I mean, you take the medical bills we have here. That man who died recently, I had to pay everything for all his drugs, his everything, I had to pay for them. There was another man, he needed a colonoscopy. That cost 1,300. Somebody else needed a scan. That was 270 cedis. So how do you expect them to live? And I don't think it's fair that we treat them like this. I don't think so. And I think the families who dumped them here or couldn't care about them, they should be chastised. Up to the time I came here, we used to give them food once a month. And they all got a consignment, this is your monthly assignment of food. The families used to come and take half of it and take it away. I mean, why? I mean, it's shocking. It's shocking. Why should he do that? So I stopped that and I said, we'll give them food every Monday morning. Every Monday morning, we give just enough to last them for the week. And then when they move over to the new place, I will give each, I'm going to cook a hot meal every day for them, because some of them can't cook. So I want to give them a hot meal every day. in the midday, with a hot meal and some fruit every day. So this is our challenge here. And I want the media, to come here and tell everybody what's happening. What's happening? This is no way to take care of our mummies and daddies. It's not their fault that they got leprosy. It's not their fault. So this is the big challenge which I have. And I'm hoping that through the various media houses and the rest, that more and more people will come and say, look, we will help you, Father, we will assist you. I've started this scheme, Adopt a Granny. And we ask people to adopt one person in the various settlements and send money every month to me. So they send money every month to my Momo, and we pass it on to the various patients, the various residents, and we give it to them just to try to help them. So this is one of our challenges, what we're going to do to help these people, not just here, but other places. How they're going to live, how they're going to feed them, the medical care, all of this we have to take care of. This is the big challenge which we have and which we need help. We need help in every way, because one CD a day is certainly insufficient to live on. So this is our challenge here at Waja. And then the second phase from the Common Fund of putting in the road here, because the lepers cannot cross the road. At the moment, the road is full of trenches from the rain, so they cannot cross from the new building up to the clinic because of these trenches. So we've asked that a road will be built, so the second phase of the Common Fund to put a road in, and we want to cross it. So that I'm looking forward to.
What keeps you going? That's a question I put to Reverend Father Andrew Campbell.
Oh yeah, what keeps me going? Many people ask me this question. Many people do. And I'm happy they ask me, because I'm not a social worker. I'm 75 years of age. I love being a priest. I love it. I'm so happy to be a priest here in Ghana. And I think it's a great gift that God has given to me. Now, I always remember what Mother Teresa, who is my patron saint, what Mother Teresa told a young priest who came to her. The young priest in India said, Mother, I'm ordained a priest. I'm a newly ordained priest. What advice do you give me? So he thought that she would say, oh, go and help the lepers, go and help the poor, go and help the prisoners. And all Mother Teresa said was, go and spend 1 hour in the chapel every day before Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament. That's what she told me. Go and spend 1 hour every day in chapel before the Blessed Sacrament. And that's what I do. Every morning I spend 1 hour before I start my day's work. I spend that 1 hour before the Blessed Sacrament. That's what keeps me going. I spend that 1 hour and I say my Mass. One follows the other, they go together. That is what keeps me going. The grace and the strength I get from being in touch with God. I am not a social worker. I'm a man of God helping people. People come here from all over. People come and they phone me, they want help here, they want help there. They all come looking for help. Many of them come for spiritual help. Father, can you help me? This is what keeps me going. My prayer life, my spiritual life, my life with God. As I say, I wear my cassock all the time. Let people know I'm a priest. Let them know I'm a priest. And I'm going around, and wherever it is I'm asked to give a talk, I'm always there willing to help you. I'm willing to pray for you. This is what keeps me going. And I thank God for the wonderful gift. All the challenges of 51 years have passed. That's what's helped me through this. So this is what keeps me going.
Living in Ghana for over 50 years, has he any regrets?
Regrets? I have no regrets. I look back on my 50, this is my 51st year in Ghana, and I have no regrets. I've learned the hard way. I want to be with the people. I want to be able to sit with a leper, a hungry man, a poor man, as well as a president, a vice president, or wherever, a bishop, wherever. I want to be able to be with everybody. I want to be a person to be, no matter who you are, I'll sit with you and talk to you. I'll sit and talk to you and be able to. So to me, I thank God for the gift of the priesthood. And I've no regrets whatsoever. I look back and step by step, how did I do it? From the time I was a young boy of 13, cycling to work every morning, hail, rain or snow, I'd cycle to work. And here I am today. Here I am today. How come? So to me, I thank God for all He has done. For my whole life is just a testimony to God. And ever since I got that £10 money, £10 note, I said, now God, you're telling me that you'll never let me down. But that £10 note is a testimony that God will never, never abandon me. And He never has. When I asked Him in that church where my father was dying, and they said, I asked Him, please, just let me be with Daddy when he dies and let there be no pain. He answered my prayer. He answered my prayer. So I've got many testimonies of what God has done for me, how much I feel loved by God, that God really loves me, that God really cares for me. So, and then as regards to legacy, I want to be seen as somebody who helps people. No matter who you are, no matter what stage you are, no matter how poor or whatever it is, I want to be able to be known as Father's helped people.
So, it's because of people like Auntie Mary here that Reverend Father Andrew Campbell wakes up every morning and gives off to humanity. Thank you once again for joining us on this episode of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Remember, there is news for you at www.ghanaweb.com. And as always, be kind to one another.
The Black Stars have qualified for the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar, and now they've been paired in Group H alongside Portugal, South Korea, and then Uruguay. But today we are asking whether we need to invite the players who refuse call-up during the qualifiers, or we need to bring them on board because we are trying to build a strong team and present a better team in the FIFA World Cup in November. Others believe that if we bring them on board, we are being unfair to the players who played in the qualifiers. Do you agree with them, or you have a different opinion? Let me hear from you in the comment section as we interact with Ghanaian fans on the streets of Accra. Today we are Spanner to do this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Follow me, Joel Leshen, as I get some interesting answers for you. So the Black Stars have qualified, and then the news making waves that Inaki Williams, Mohamed Salisu, Tariq Lamptey, and then Callum Hudson-Odoi are being tapped to join the team. But today we are on the streets of Accra to interact with Ghanaians on this episode of the Friday Debate. Do you think that we should invite the players who refuse to play in the qualifiers, or you think that their inclusion will make the team better and stronger. Bosu, me mwakwa ba GhanaWeb TV so. Udi kan wo share a World Cup qualifier. Ye Nigeria no game na call say.
Oh, Ghana for no mo ya de pa. Boys no mo ball. Omo ball sana meka.
Intina enyo wan say ye to me a qualifier.
Oh, me na ye mo wa because say the team na ye no. Na me nyi ni say qualify. Nigeria for mrante no so mo ya de pa. Because me on my chance that I'm casting Ghana be lose. Me na me tag Ghana for chi. Me Ghana ni so na me tag Ghana for chi. But me share stay muti bobo na me so my idea pa. Or say bobo mabaso.
Na any kind of you say I qualify we. Na your players be o na ye pom so be join qualifiers na o mamba. Tariq Lamptey ono yan wo no krom ha ye ono abrochi Calamos no doy. Also sa na ye twa so mbetumi switch from England na omabebo na nso omamba ya ye nua ye ono de ye wo ha Mohamed Salisu also ka so onye ready Inaki Williams mu sisi ano ebinu mususu say ka yemfa World Cup we na yemtumi yemfa nye negotiation na omo ntia ase na omo bebo e ma Ghana wo na omo ya adwe
waga me no obi anya adwene o omo nim so mebebo na de ntina ye from omamba na afi akореfa wie na omo person mebebo no waga yemfa omo qualify omo bobo na qualify for ma ambo because Ghana ha no obi mrem obi medi so hu so dem pa kire ti omo bobo na yemfa omo ambo by coach coach Oto Ado or ya de pan sa coach no say Ghana for Bonabaso
nti omo fa adwuma no ma no
mo fa adwuma no ma no pan or ya de
na ebinu ka say yenya Callum Hudson-Odoi yenya Tariq Lamptey any Inaki Williams mo any Mohamed Salisu your team na ye strong but also ka say omamba ne de no omamba
Mohamed Salisu no ono de oba akeye because ono sa blantin obobo pan ba mama kan de boga minimo bia minimo mba bia ntime o mama mjidi sey o mama mjidi sey pa boga.
All right, they chose not to come when we're playing the qualifiers, so we should give those who qualify the team the opportunity to play in the FIFA World Cup. Boss, my pounds some brem edi kan game no ye na Nigeria no modern na call say
boss game no dey because of humanity man hwe game no nyina game no me be hwe second from me be hwe kakra ni so man hwe wi ba se da na game no kono na game no efe na Ghana phone na ye bobo boys no mo bobo mo bot se basa mo bobo on se basa bo pepe se da bo na efe ba se da okay na o kan se o se ye dem rante ni bi da dwane o mo ni ade no o young boys na ankasa na eko game we no omo bo modern ba se bia emrante no say like me chiremu a won say like akwese obi chirewe adwuma akwese o boss aja say no chirewe adwuma u dem a boss no chirewe adwuma no experience bi wo ho a boss no yima wontumi ye de emehu ni nyina sa ntine bia sampen for no kan omo adwane boys na nke bia lebetumi akon kan kakra na bibia akọ ni tenten
nti wo support say omamba qualifiers na so ye betumi afro omamba so ombeba de ayen form ko work
so mo beba de a o se mo de mo ko.
All right, so if they will come, we should take them along to the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. What do you also think? Do you think that Mohamed Salisu, Callum Hudson-Odoi, Tariq Lamptey and the likes should be added to the World Cup squad despite their decision not to play in the qualifiers? All right, first of all, did you watch the Ghana game against Nigeria? And if you did, were you impressed with the performance of the team?
Yeah. So much impressed with them.
Who was the standout player for you?
I think almost all of them has done well. They have done a good job. You know, football is a teamwork. If one don't pass, one cannot score. So I think they have all done well. So that's why I would not signal one player and say, oh, this player has done well. But for me, they all have done well. They have done well.
Now we've qualified for Qatar. There are some players that we wanted them to honor our invitation during the qualifiers, but they didn't come. Mohamed Salisu, Tariq Lamptey, and then Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes. But now, others are of the belief that we can use this to, I think, attract them to come and play in the World Cup. But there is another school of thought also saying that it will be unfair on the part of those who qualify, that we will bring in new guys who refuse to play in the qualifiers.
Yeah, from my understanding, what I know, and football, you know, from now to December is a long way to go. So if I would prefer, and my simple advice is, if the coach will look at players outside, those who are performing well. Football is a game of performance. Maybe those that qualify us today might not be good some few months to come. So if the coach will scout and check out players who are performing, we want performing players that can help beat some people like that of Portugal and those that are in the group with us. So not necessary to maintain. Those that are performing, we want a performance, somebody who is performing well, that's all.
Also, are you confident that Ghana can qualify out of Group H? We have Uruguay, we have Portugal, and we have South Korea.
Sure, Ghana can do if only we are determined. You know, football is a teamwork, you see. If only we team up and we cover up for each other, we can do well, we can do well.
All right, so are we going to invite Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes or not? Are we going to be fair to those who played in the qualifiers? I have another guest here on the show. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You watched the qualifiers between Ghana and Nigeria.
Yeah.
First of all, were you impressed with the performance of Ghana?
I think we managed that from the qualifier. But now we are coming to check about the rest. You see, the ones they don't play the qualifier, we have a right to invite them to the qualifier. Why? Because some of them can get injured, some of them can to train them back. It doesn't mean they don't join the qualifier.
Okay.
We have to gather them to train them to the World Cup. That'd be my suggestion.
But you don't think that if we bring them on board and we leave out those who played in the qualifiers, we are not being fair to them?
To me, not we are leaving those who qualify, because this is the time we are coming to start. And injuring some of them will wound, some of them will get those things. So we have to manage them to avoid them starting again. So that one there, to me, my preference is we for try gather them.
For trying the last one, Ghana, we have been drawn in Group H in the World Cup against Portugal, South Korea, and then Uruguay. Remember, we have a score to settle with Uruguay. Do you think that Ghana we can come out of the group?
I'm sure.
You are sure you can?
Yeah.
All right, but he wants the players to come on board. Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes. Bosu, my phone was the game we played against Nigeria, were you impressed?
Very impressed.
And who was your standout player?
Is it
Kudus Mohammed.
I just like his dribbling skills, and then just he's a player that is fun to watch.
He's fun to watch.
Yes.
Now there are those that we wanted them to come on board and to play, but they didn't honor the call up. Now there is school of thought that we need them, or we can use the World Cup to attract them to come and play for Ghana. Okay. Do you agree that we should bring them on board, or you want us to stick with those who played in the qualifiers?
You see, this is simple. Who should cook and who should come and eat? You understand? We wanted them to play and qualify. Okay. Now it's like we are preparing soup. You wanted meat to play the soup sweet, isn't it? Unfortunately, you went and you had fish. Okay. And at the end of the day, the soup is equally sweet. Okay. So what becomes of the meat?
We don't need it.
Why? It's a different thing. You are being invited and you refuse. Yeah. And it's also a different thing. Probably you didn't end the call up. And probably by your hard work, maybe the coaches saw that, oh well, it's a new guy coming. I like the way we could be added up. Then that one is cool. But when you are being invited and refuse to come, who should sit at the bench? If it were to be you, will you be comfortable?
And finally, Ghana, we've been paired in Group H in the World Cup. We have a score to settle with the Uruguay and Portugal. But now the new addition to the group is South Korea. If you are arranging from first to fourth, which teams will make it out of the group?
I can't pinpoint a particular one.
No, but I know that it can change in 6 months' time. But today, which teams will make it out of the group? Your first two.
My first two, I think Ghana, and I will go for Korea.
All right, so it's Ghana and South Korea for him out of the group, but his main question is, who should cook the food for Callum Hudson-Odoi, Mohamed Salisu, Inaki Williams, and Tariq Lamptey to come and eat? All right, and it was Eddie Kaino, Ghana game my Nigeria boy, and you qualify performance so when he say you call up a bit to my baby.
Okay, a normal performance, because even though say 2 legs, you winning match, but technically you qualify until you hear other players and I say you hear why a bit my idea walk out.
All right, now she say question I am from say. Why na enu aduane no na wo mbedi esem we omo ka che players na ye from wo qualifiers no mamba de nso omunya world cup no mbebo no woni GFA penifo ni bi omo ka se coach na be decide e binum so che se sankofo ne ba team no e be strong.
Yeah, sankofo no ba team no be strong because you share the last time I call cup world cup na 2014 and 2006 now. Your players be more qualifiers in the but on be joining and my team no successful. Even like cancel no can be but one could be. Okay. It's a team and just a one qualifying and just a team China chess because why we Juma Yama tax say it is our tax is why we are and then just automatically over work up.
Okay, it's out on Ghana group A group H. Yani Uruguay for you know more Asemka, Sanso and Portugal and South Korea. And then I mean you can say Minimsa Busumi there, Bibi Abe to Messi injuries in there. But then I mean you can say you can say my 2 teams on qualify from the group
Oh Ghana and Portugal.
Ghana and Portugal.
Yeah, Ghana
and qualify from the group.
Ghana and Portugal never qualify.
Yani Nigeria boy we na ya qualify no na wa hon keka no na feel net say
o ani jaba o man ni mu aka ni panyina abom se football ba na ye ni politics bia na aka ni panyina abom na ye de odo na ye ni je atena o man ni.
Okay, na ye ball ni we no players be no mo de mo so we ni pa
o players ni de o mu nyina ya de ye nyi ba confirm obi ya de yo she go ni de of bofre chire mo munya de she nyina obi ani ki person nyina obi ya de.
Okay, but and there will be sign say you want to be one and keep person be qualifiers no mwamba Mohamed Salisu also onye ready Tariq Lamptey ono ya wo abrochi oni Callum Hudson-Odoi nke person omo sesa no be bo man den so mwamba ba omo susu nke e betumi the world cup na nyom no ma ba e bi no so say ya do mo ba na che so mo mbo qualifiers ni no mo ndi ni ye then awoka
oh ni nyina say we no no omo anya omo adwene so omo ba because na omo ni gidie so omo qualify and omo gidie kura sometimes the foreigners ne ba professionals ne ba kwan a bia Ghana for start omo no they say ni jaba no bia ya ade say omo ba bebo na omo anya ade Ghana for ya be omo saa enti obi bebo a na ye ne ya but so far so ma switch so omo ba be Ghana for ya mo kwan na emo no ma ye replace omo enkobo top position ma omo bokode ye no enye ye omo ntenase omo medi protocol num na omo so meka ho na emo no omo nye reserves na ewa na push omo bebo ye push so mbenya sa ho brase na enye problem ebe ya say at the end of the day no nipa na ko body qualify na wa ba be di position and hardwin ti no omo hu ha wa metimi di omo ahyemu a enkoto sa players nso sintidua na kina bi ehia omo a yensa anka omo
midi we no na me bisa say Ghana si say group H yani Uruguay therefore ya na 2010 omo ama ya nko semi final Portugal and so share 2014 na South Korea si say amikasa man countries mienu a omo qualify from the group a okwa amahwan
every Ghana group oh medical Ghana din
Ghana
and our football so you predict it here because Italy fought in first group stage it's the football they predicted it's medical Ghana din now for any other on by omo so meka ho
but Ghana there
We born pie say yɛmfa mpaebɔ nta wɔ machi ni nyina yɛ mpaebɔ sɛ Ghana yɛ do football na obi abi hu sa face na yɛ wɔ nyame sɛ ni football dey ha but they do football na do akono a ni hu sɛ sa na yɛtimi to asɔre nwom wɔ stage tie hu sɛ sa nyame nwom ne mpaebɔ timi yɛ bibi dey a yɛma yɛ ni nko nyame so ni nyame na bɛgye cap na ma yɛn nkola ne bɛyɛ dey bɛde ni mpaebɔ yɛ a bibia bɛyɛ fine.
All right, so he is going for Ghana as a constant figure in the group, but the calls for Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes to join the team, he supports them that if they come, he believes that they will make our team stronger. But the officials should do it in a way that they are not going to upset those who played in the qualifiers. Alright, into your World Cup qualifiers. News is say a bit to me day. Oman qualifiers in the binomo, Castle Mumba, ever call Cup. It's a news now. Then I'll come.
I shall say, no make us say Ghana and Casano. Suban view Honoma, away more, Bessian, my young one, and Tiasse. And no can affect the economy after this time. Obia, dear do baby. Instead of saying many pana to us, then oh, say, yeah, criticizing the panona, you're clearing the panny off. So, also, you experienced player with me about cup, with me about tournament. You have to come and qualify your nation before you can play the tournament. In this, Obiana could have about tournament, no qualification. Now, about cup na Okra Ferry. I will say you were new because you call yourself an experienced player. You tell me, want to dinner or mine. And then we qualifiers. I'm for team now qualify for the tournament. Now about qualification, I was what you could for in the first place. Because when you're qualified, because when you qualification. So if you are not able to play the qualification, you are not qualified to play the cup. In the about qualification, they should play the cup. Because I'm holding any near the born a qualifier, you know. You're gonna for Corano. A bien binum say no. Because we didn't expect that from them, especially the new players, Alexander Juku, and those players, new players now, have joined the team. I'm not sure love. They are bringing back the love of Ghana, Black Star team. They don't say the air, but if you don't encourage those boys, now we are called tournament, and now I'm afraid somebody like Alexander Juku. Kudus and stuff. Now for another players to come and replace them is a shame to Yang or Minor and the players.
Okay, in the Ghana group, your Portugal, your Uruguay, your South Korea. Sishano 1, 2, 3, 4 man.
Oh, Portugal there tough match for Ghana. Even Obia cry away. So Portugal match is very tough for Ghana. And I am Pioneer but say at least Yanko Kra and a Portugal, Ghana, and then maybe Uruguay or South Korea.
So we heard what Ghanaians had to say about this very topic, whether we should invite Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes to join the World Cup squad. What do you also think about this very issue? Speak to me in the comment section after watching this video where people shared their opinions. My name is Joel Ishen and this has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Do well to subscribe to our channel and enjoy the rest of our programs. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
Africa's Travel in Daba 2022. Good morning from South Africa. Good morning from Durban. Good morning, guys. Today is the conference day. I'm so very excited. The main reason why we are here. And guess who is here with me?
Because I'm so happy. I've missed Stella so much. It's been
2 years. The last time was when she was in Ghana.
Yeah. So we're here for the Africa Indaba conference.
Period. So we are already late. We are going to catch the bus to the conference ground, and I'm super excited. Oh, the lighting is here.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, so I'll catch you when I get there. I love you. One of the main reasons for coming to South Africa is to attend the Africa's Travel Indaba, which is one of the largest tourism marketing events in Africa's calendar. This is how I look for the exhibition. It's from Katie. Oh, Katie, oh, thank you so much for this beautiful outfit. I'm looking so cute. Guys, let me know in the comment section if I look cute, because I feel so cute. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Africa's tourism Indaba is an important gathering which over the next few days will witness the collective effort of rising together against the West faults. For us as KwaZulu-Natal, this travel Indaba is a welcome boost as we emerge from the recent devastation of floods that affected especially eThekwini, but also all.
This event showcases the widest variety of Africa's best tourism products and attracts international buyers and media all across the world.
And this is the essence of the African Travel Indaba. It is a proudly Pan-African show, and as a continent we are unique. We're a unique blend of culture, heritage, nature-based rural and urban experiences that make Africa a rich and varied all-year destination with a unique history of courage, resilience, and historic sites that tell of our advancement.
After the main event, we had the privilege to meet exhibitors in South Africa and beyond. We had exhibitors from these categories: accommodation, tour operators, game lodges, transport, online travel, luxury products, hidden gems, and others to showcase all their products. Guess who I just saw?
Okay, the incredible one, you know, the amazing content creator, Nigerian, badass. Okay, it's okay now.
How has it been so far? How has the experience been so far?
No, it's great. It's really great to have a lot of sort of like African businesses coming together to promote Africa. And I love the fact that if you heard the minister, she was talking about how we need to tell our own stories, right? How we project Africa is important, and we need to be the ones doing that in the best way, shaping our world. So far I'm loving it. I'm super excited.
All right. So there are a lot of companies here. There are a lot of exhibitors here. And I only thought it was South African companies, but no, it's all over the world. Lots of airlines. I saw Emirates and I saw South African Airways. So it's amazing. You get to meet the people directly, speak to them, and check out the way forward. So I'm super excited you all are coming along. Let's see the exhibitors are here. Let's see what they also have.
Located in the city centre of Cape Town. So we're really in the heart of the city. You get the energy and the vibrancy of the city centre. We have amazing facilities, amazing rooms, dedicated for a broad range of the market. So from couples to families, because we have large suites. So great for families that want to stay with us.
Software to manage the hotel, lodge, resort.
Oh, okay.
We basically have all of these different programs. So it's one stop for everything.
Yes.
You traveled Emirates?
Yeah. I went to Cote d'Ivoire recently and I went through Emirates.
Okay.
The last time was my first time in Dubai.
This is amazing. This is my first exhibition. This is my first time in South Africa. This is my first time experiencing something like this. I was able to speak to a lot of exhibitors, a lot of resorts here in South Africa. Fingers crossed to see if this is going to land me my next travel deal. Fingers crossed. But then yeah, there are a lot of resorts that had stands. I spoke to them. So I'm also hoping to extend my stay so that I can see Cape Town, since Cape Town is not part of the itinerary. But then if I do, I mean, I'll share my experience so you get to see. So yeah, let me know in the comment section if you think this is a good initiative. Let me know in the comment section if you think you would come to South Africa next year to come experience this. This is just day one, and this brings us to the end of day one. I hope you enjoyed watching this video.
Hi Jennifer. Hi AJ.
Hi.
So I want to know the reason why you chose me among others.
You guys are doing good work. It means you're doing great work. And your name is popping up somewhere.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I want to cry right now. Like, I've been so emotional yesterday. I'm like, I want to cry. I'm like,
I know when you got the email initially, you still had that, is this real?
Is this real? Yeah, even I sounded like that, right?
Yeah, that's how it sounded. But you're doing good work.
But your content is also organic.
Thank you.
And it shows your zest for travel.
Aww.
And then your energy is infectious.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Jennifer is with South African tourism based in Nigeria, same as AJ and nice to meet you.
Right?
Hi, from South Africa.
Hi, from Durban.
Hi, Vivian's fan.
Wow, this is amazing. Like, I've always wanted to ask her why she chose me. Remember I said in my video, she sent me an email and we took it from there. So I'm like, I really wanted to ask her why she chose me. And it's more of the energy, the smiles, the organic content, the enjoying the travel lifestyle. Oh my goodness, this means so much to me. Ah, wow. There's a fortune teller telling the lady about her future. Is it something you would do when you find yourself in another country? I sincerely don't believe in the ancestors and all that. I'm Christian and I don't believe in those things. But if you were here, would you go for your future to be told by a stranger? Let me know in the comment section if you think you would have. So it's time for lunch and we are here at the conference center about to have lunch. This is what I'm having together with fruits for dessert. So, and of course I forgot to add that I also have tea. Since I came here, I've been having a lot of tea here and it feels so good now. So about to have lunch. What is happening is we're going to have lunch and continue the city tour. So I hope you are enjoying the vlog as much as I'm enjoying being here, as much as I'm enjoying documenting my entire experience. See the fortune tellers I mentioned earlier on, right? Sasifunke is about to go and see her, and I just asked her one question. What if you go there and she says your husband is not meant to be your husband?
I don't believe this thing. So for me, it's just pure jokes, right? That is her own now. Me, I know my husband. So whichever one she said, she's doing it for herself.
Okay, so I will be on the standby just to vlog her experience.
But if I have nothing
what type of healing?
What's happening on healing?
Yeah, like no, I mean what type of healing?
I do consultations, readings, and healing, spiritual healing, traditional ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess it's readings then, because I don't have anything I want to heal, right?
Yeah.
So how does it work in terms of payment?
Okay, you can just pay everything that you have.
Like a donation, right?
Yes, a donation. And then I throw know the bones, and it depends. If the spirit says I'm asking to know the bones, then I do the reading through spiritual realm. Okay. And then that's it.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to do it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll be a fast then. Just sitting here waiting for Sasifuke, and this is what is happening. She's whispering into the lady's bowl. She is shaking it now. I don't want to be close because it's very private. So how was it?
Alright, so I just got it was like bone reading. She had bones in there. I won't lie to you guys, this thing was so accurate. What I mean, at the beginning I was like, okay, because she asked a few questions, and I thought, okay, she was leading from what I said. Okay, but she got very specific with regard to like work, with regard to the kind of life I have.
I'm literally shaking for her.
No, I was shaking. And as she was telling me this thing, and after she finished, she was like, do you have any questions? I was like, I wasn't expecting this. Like, I'm very, not that I don't believe in these things, I'm just very like, whatever,
yeah, like indifferent.
But she was so accurate, and she told me some things that I should expect in the future. That's a bit scary.
So Vivian is also gone to have her readings. When she comes, she will share her experiences too. How was your experience?
It was so accurate, Stella. I'm shook. It was so accurate. Like, she was so on point. I don't want to share, but she was just on point with a lot of things. And it just got me thinking.
Were they good or bad? Good.
I would say it's a good thing. It's a good thing because now I can release myself from whatever it is.
So guys, today's the last day of Africa's Travel in Durban, and here with me is Anita. Anita, say hi. Say hello to the team. Say hello to AJ. Hi. Hi Jennifer. Hi darling.
Hi.
Hi Daniel. Hello darling. This is my photographer. He's been taking pictures of me and Daniel too. Hi Wazemaya. Wazemaya. Tayo, say hi. So guys, when you see Tayo on the internet, he's so different in person. He's so calm. You're calm and collected, yes, in person. On the internet, you look like you're like outgoing, yes. And hi, Funke, Sasti Funke.
Hello, everyone. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, so that's everyone. We're about to take some group pictures and end this conference. So yeah.
It's the month of March and we are repping Ghana as she celebrates her 65th independence from British colonial rule. And we at GhanaWeb have made it a point to, during this period, get you and bring you a series of beautifully written stories, features, and flashbacks about Ghana. Now, in this edition of the People and Places show here on GhanaWeb TV, we are focusing on the manufacturing and the production of some locally made artifacts that we enjoy eating from, drinking from, and cooking with. I'm talking about the earthenware bowl, which is usually referred to as the Asanka or Apotoiwa in the Akan language, Ka in the Ga or Krobo language, and Vegba in my native language, the Ewe language. We'll also be taking a look at how pots are made. We'll find answers to all of these when we return from this short break. We are at Kwewu. This is People and Places. My name is Wanda Mihigan. See you after the break. Welcome back from the break. Thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. Now we are at a place called Intuntumeja, and we are on the compound of Madame Janet Owusu Buama. She is our guest today. She is one of the people we'll be speaking to. She's a potter, and she does earthenware bowls and pots as well. So she's going to take us through the process from the start to the very end. Auntie Jane Machi. Nyamia dum na unswe. Me pacho ejume wayene emfiahe ni.
Umiene mi shokora.
Sa to say be 6 years and 5 years and unkai.
Me kai ti late.
Na why ne pass ne on to o ma me o jifi o ma me ho ana say
say you man me mama nti me mama ye no wo so maye ko fa we bra yisi am so me yes me na so me dim ho ye
now mama start here na no
me mama
oh, okay, I see. 90 ayewa no ayewa nkwa na oye na so oye pots nso kan
oh anyone dey you say in Ghana ni trap abeno ni ukuku ho de she abeno ase and also one day we be na ye see the rubber and one day shendi see we no ye yaye and na say bia wo be ye say enkwan we bi mu ne ye be ye nkwan ni and then the silver bo abaso nti the one say no so no ye yaye
mo jai nti say ano aye limited na to say aye one nkwan na mo ye oh na pots in way.
Pots in so name be sent is there.
Monye. Okay. Inti, what she essentially is saying is that they had other pottery materials they were making, but over time, with the introduction of aluminium wares and other things, they have stopped doing that because people don't purchase that anymore. So now they focus mostly on the earthenware bowls, and so she's going to take us through how they do it. Now, I want to know all start here, all they started from points bang, what they done here, what they clay.
Any other than the children of one
okay, now clay no type bang. Munye fi first of all.
Bupunum.
Oh, okay. Nenti omukwa side the bremo.
Se me ho ye den dia meti makotubi. Se me ho ye den so dia ne wonu memu bi etu na mato.
Na mo omo de dance ane etu.
E de soso.
Okay. Nenti mutu a e de befia den biom na moye. From then.
Umba se ebi ne se gu hai. Yakata so.
Pacho betimi bi so kakra mama hwe.
So seneti.
Insi udi fi ho a se ya na anase mwa na ya mobobo.
Ye bobo no ho. Na waswa. Na ka abefaba.
Ejuma den. Obeka say ejuma den. Nti woni ahoden a wontimi nye.
Kakaka mi bejai.
Nti wujai say ya ode hand over to Hana.
Some of one bit me there one be ntimi so a.
Na just a business ni go. Na obi a oboa eye nya wo ye no. Ana wo kwa na wo ye. Oh wow. So this is a very skillful art. You need, I'm sure, years of experience to be able to do this. You saw her start very little from the mold, and then as she did it, she expanded it. So now it's actually looking like a medium-sized earthenware bowl. And what she's saying is that you would actually need the sunlight to get it dry after this process. And then when it's dried, then she picks it up from the wooden pallet, and then she does the under part of the earthenware bowl. So we are moving to the next stage. This is where it comes from the molding stage. This is where they lay it. Okay, so technically what she's saying is from there they put the molded bowls into this. This is like firewood, and so they set fire and then they arrange it, and then it bakes under the fire. So when it bakes, then it gets this reddish color that we are seeing here. Then from here they put it in sawdust, and then they cover it with the sawdust. There's fire in this sawdust. So this is when this reddish earthenware bowl is transformed into the black color we are seeing here. So they leave it in the sawdust for a while. When they think it's ready, then they take it out, and then they have the black. So they have two types, the reddish one and then the black one. But we are going to get into the designs, and then we'll talk more with Auntie Jane. So now we are at the residence of Auntie Jane, and she is already designing some of the earthenware bowls that she has already molded. These ones are relatively dry, so we are going to have the rest of the conversation about how it's designed. Auntie Jane, me pacho inti den na ya ode design no.
Ina mdije wono. Ibini.
Okay. So this is what she uses. The cola nut. These are what provide the lines inside the earthenware bowls. Auntie Jane is done with her second earthenware bowl for the day, and it looks just perfect. That's bebre say what say and send ye apotoyoa. At least now when you're using it, you can appreciate it more. The work that goes into the making of these beautiful earthenware bowls for us to prepare our local food, sometimes enjoy our meals in. So we'll move to the pottery, where we meet people who tell us how to make the pots. Come along. We moved from Intuntum Eja at Kwewu Empire, so Auntie Jane's place, if you would remember, where we learned all about how to make the earthenware bowls. And then we saw some visuals of the locally made pots. Now we are at the factory. I would like to call it a factory of Emmanuel Osei. He is a local manufacturer of ceramics. He does jars, bowls, plates, anything ceramics you can think about, but they are done right from the clay here in the eastern region. So he's going to take us through the entire process. He's going to tell us how they refine the clay and they mold it to become the finished product. Inti nyawayam say no. Obe try mana yedin.
Ya yam ya na de nyon de bese den.
Okay.
You feel one man de aba machine.
Na machine we no o se e den.
The friend pagma no na yam clay no ma de den de mere ni nya.
And mix it. Okay.
Me si clay no. Say the odi
see where one texture. Okay. And to say if he hana
have a hope mode. Okay. Throwing.
Your friend a day? Throwing. Okay.
When they quiet portion of
the first one near sieving. We are sieving, why mixing? We are mixing now. Now I throwing. Okay. Inti yankoshe ni atro ni about it.
January na even Porter's wear.
Porter's? Okay. Okay. He makes it look so easy, but I'm not sure I can do this. With the potter's wheel, Mr. Osei has just created 3 artifacts: a bowl, a cup, and a vase, a flower vase. So, like he said, it takes a lot of experience, and you can learn this if you want to, but you would have to put in some commitments to be able to do that. It's very impressive. And it's a umodi viesea. Then be now be.
Umodi viesea. If you be trap footprint, baby, it's on. So the court am a dry kakra. That way the bus supporters will also.
What's on the baba? Okay.
If you be dress a self footprint.
Okay.
Maybe this one.
We'll just hold it there and take a quick break. When we come back, we'll go to the people who buy some of these products and find out from them how business is. Stay with us.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana.
Ghana has the largest number of forts and castles in the whole of Africa. 32 forts and castles are dotted across the country's coastal areas.
We've gone through the whole process of the pottery, finding out how we prepare or how we mold our earthenware bowls and pots. Now we are going to look at the business side of the entire thing. People who buy, how much do they sell it for? How much do they profit? How profitable is this business? And which kind of people usually come and buy? For what purposes? We are starting with our first client who bought from Auntie Jane, and her name is Auntie Sewa. So we are engaging her, matching.
Yeah, over.
Mpacho eti say, apume ye danyamiase. Na me pacho ayewano. Ahia na ya otowo.
Me tobi wo me ai bi.
Okay. Na eya woton ne sen. I mean, obeto a woton ne sen. Be omo hye ne sen e ma o.
Wo ye ne 10 a.
Okay.
10 bia wo. Size near back when they are never near back. The size in your back when you are 1 year and size is basing me and son. Okay.
A business on a business. Into way say no, 9 10 no. Saying. But usually I will better auto say or any say out on the same 6 CDs for the 10. Wow.
600,000.
For 10 nina. Okay, auto ne say ya. Oko juma. Uyi ba ko say ya. Auto ne say.
Me free ham the call at more than.
Oh, okay. E ho na o so awade. Okay. O kwan wa. Wow.
It depends. Because sunny we are. You be sunny dia ne bi abobo. Bi so a. It depends say we could drive there. I am. Na the who say meton say ya na say meton say.
Na o ka say ebi bubo a be ya he like ti say na che say e bubo sa na
so what the man says we the other really fair can be 8 cedis.
Okay.
This is how they get 10 and
okay.
9.
Na che say back home 9 cedis. But the whole thing 6 cedis. Baako say no ton ama o 6 cedis and 10 ni na 6 cedis.
Baako say no beton ama me 6 cedis.
Oh, okay.
Ni na be 60
cedis. Okay. Into wo kwa now the lorry fair ni o profit atu so na chese adane 10 cedis. Into the profit into so we na ton na nyina 100 cedis. Okay. Okay, na chese wenya 40 cedis.
20 because still only fair.
Where you 20 cedis if you not just our profits in 20 cedis. Okay. And see, I'm fine say within now what should be a day Obaha how many times ever far?
Or no so why you be as a woman and no best time for.
Okay. Now quite for top it's a day or Tom to say be here.
Oh. When they say no so quite dark road.
Nasa. Wow. Okay. So that's Auntie West side. We are wrapping up the conversation and now we are at the Nkoko Junction. Here you find a lot of women traders who trade in these artifacts. They sell the earthenware bowls and then they sell the pots as well. I have Sister Atta here with me. She's going to tell me a little bit about her business, which kind of people buy from her and what they come and buy from her for. Sister Atta, Michelle, let's say, okay, businessy. What start to say what are you one pots? In Fiahin 15. Okay. One I was starting and I say, oh my minute. Oh, okay. That was 15 years ago. I see. It was starting here net to say. I see. It's a no to make us a business na a cost. Then the money and a then the money. Say you know it's what say they are very okay, say a year or what? Are they a year bar? Okay. I'm buy a name. But say you know the other for near my I see. Not to say ye bank or for bar, ho bar, no more better at the co. Okay. Me who say, oh, a potoyano, and as a sancano. Oh, clay, the any baby saying black, dear no. Dainty. Never in a why you are black one in a why you are. I am more. Okay. Now it's way clay, dear no. Why money? Oh, into coffee ho. Into I don't know what on a crabina, where would you know what on a baby? In coffin tanto. Oh, okay. But I mean, if you baby or more, you know, now a honum no or more once or turn the same thing. And yes, if you are a turn is 5 CDs. You want me to justice. You have 7. Otofi ho 5 CDs. Yes, yes, not me could be 30 CDs, 25 CDs. And the sizes. The name of Tono, I'm like a cat. Now, why must I mean, as I say, a whole night moba for a year, no? Obi better you and I, I'm a day. Why you had to go out from the cocoa, I'm a toy you up. Cocoa, I'm a toy you up. Be as you where you are. But I mean, say, or more chrome, Hano, or more time of the day, or maybe a chop bar, and answer more the young or young movie. Okay. My young cousin for pots no hokaka. Pots in chidi day. Nkuku. Ha. Meaning say, no. Na de insio egu pots ni enum. Is this still a thing? E idea e wo ho sisia. E won so de any wo aduodi. Nti na wo ton na ne we hi. Be ne enu amadu. Ene wo ne yemu nkwan. Ene wo ne enu munsu. I see. Na difference ne we hi. Ne yemu nkwan ne de kwansen na no ntu. Eno na enwale 80 ano e trechi. Okay. Ba ne e mu wale ba no de. Issa. Ana ne di no minsi oni so. Eno ye eguna. Eno so ya esi. Ba no si. Bi be si. Si bi fi o ko fi no bi pensu a.
All the cap, all the saving, all the amount.
Okay. But okay, say, what they no more they need you. It drove answer.
Oh, a good year. So do I was a dear Mrs. Yemi and the other to
into Cofota. Omo topa. Na na adenti na uchuzi se obeto nya omo need room na enye nya omo no minsi wo ma na se nya omo need ane wo nkofo pewe more sing
but you know mon kwanso e bisa so me to ne kwashe I know they say cry na man for bisa so ne boy the kwashe because they say the one is 40 35
okay na che say mbo business be bring na ya won tamfa na we ni efe ne say apoli ha eno na unya waiwa na nya omoko na odi chi ha na we nso unya fihi we omo mi try omo di free flow the price inchi na loya way edinima omo di free oba na the brand ya okay na inchi we say no and also what sizes it is to change ya obo ha new bia na packet go packet but tapolino any asanka size na kwa na ultimate to bia esu ultimate to kese e de twi ketwe mu and any size bia okay ayu bia okay yo yeah that's it. So that's Sister Ta telling us about the business. She showed us the different things she has here, the kind of people who usually buy, why they buy, and so now we have a fair idea about the sale of her products here. These are locally made. We were at the various points where they make them earlier, and we saw the processes they go through. So this is where we wrap up our conversation. We have Kwewu, Iowa, and then we have the Sunyani made Iowa, and then we have our pots that people will usually use to cook medicine. So that's it from us here, just to demonstrate. If you have your Iowa, you get your pepper, you can have your kontomire. If you want to do abum, if you want to eat fufu in this, you can just get any kind of local delicacy, and the asanka just gives it some form of spice, you know, and so you can get one for yourself and then enjoy your meal in it. For myself and the People and Places team, we are grateful you could make time with us on this edition of the show. From Kwewu in Koko, my name is Wanda Amihagan. See you in the next edition.
Well, I didn't really see you up. Okay. Minister, there's one more supplementary question for you. A lot. Majority Leader.
See, I'm saying that the minister responsible for energy has so many questions to answer today. So looks like all the questions are for him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, so we just want to finish the urgent question.
Yes.
Then we can proceed to the rest.
We can proceed to the others. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to manage
So you want the 314 to be part of today's questions. The question on the other people I didn't do. Yes.
I don't have it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the others, all the others are on electricity. They are on electricity. I don't see why we should take that one out of 10. The first one, which is an urgent question, relates to petroleum, which has been taken. So we can go on with the others, and then when we exhaust it, we'll come to the one on the addendum order paper.
Yes, let me just solve this before I come to you. The question number 314 is even on the original order paper. But I'm told that because the answer to the question is not captured in the original order paper, they were compelled to do order paper addendum. So it's the same question, and therefore it will be asked and answered. Yes, with this we can continue with the yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, from the answer provided by the Minister, we know that the Ukraine war started in February 2022, but in 2021 we saw 17 different petrol price hikes. Would he agree that, or would he explain that the poor performance of the Ghana cedi in 2021, that has continued in this year 2022, has been more of a contributory factor to the increasing price of fuel vis-a-vis the almost 40%? If the Deputy Minister finishes the whispering, then he needs to pay attention to my question. Vis-a-vis the 40% tax component that makes up the build-up of our price. Agree, because here you've given FX as one of the reasons. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip, I've seen you on your position.
Speaker, I want my colleague to avert his mind to Order 69.1. Speaker, in this chamber, Speaker, you have often admonished us to read the orders and apply ourselves to the orders. Speaker, with your permit, I want to read it to his hearing. 69.1 says, as soon as a question is answered in the House, any member beginning with the member who asks the question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question for further elucidation of any matter of fact regarding which the answer has been given. Speaker, the emphasis, supplementary question must not be used to introduce matter not included in the original question. My colleague, Speaker, if you read the text of the urgent question and you compare the text, the thrust of the text of the question to what he was speaking to, he's making reference to prices of CD and all that. It's not relevant, and therefore, Speaker, he's falling foul of the orders. And Speaker, I implore you to rule him out and probably give him another chance to ask a question that conforms to the orders.
Well, I listened to the Deputy Minister carefully, and he actually added that aspect in the answer. He talked initially about COVID-19. He also added the issue of the depreciation of the cedi, and then also the war in Ukraine. So he added that to the answer. And therefore, I did not see how a supplementary question will arise from it again. And now he was trying to, because the way you phrase the question, that will he explain that it's also because of the depreciation of the city. He has already explained that that has contributed. So there is no need for you to ask him the same question again. You have the opportunity to ask a supplementary, but not this one.
Thank you for the guidance, Mr. Speaker, but I think that this establishes the fact that I avert myself to the standing orders better than the majority chief whip. But based on the guidance from Mr. Speaker, the price hikes that we have seen, would you agree that the poor performance of the city and the 40% tax component in the price build-up attributes for the hikes we have seen over the period? The tax component in the price build-up. Would you agree?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Let's be again, our rules are clear. Order 68(5) imposes an obligation on a member who wants to ask any question. And I should read for his elucidation. No member shall address the House upon any question, nor in asking the question shall any argument or opinion be offered. Mr. Speaker, what he's saying, his own opinion, is arguing his case. And that cannot be allowed in this House. Mr. Speaker, I will urge you to rule that question out of order.
I will not take it that he has offered an opinion. He just wants the minister either to agree or disagree. And so that is all. Will you agree that this is so? I think that is quite harmless. Minister can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, I do not agree with my honorable colleague.
He disagrees with his opinion, so he's entitled as a minister to disagree with him. Yes, please, let's move to item 6 now. Questions. We have a number of them, and we'll start with question number 305, who stands in the name of the honorable member for Bongo, Honorable Edward Abambire Bawa. Please, honorable member, you may ask your question now. Yes, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to seek your leave to ask the question on behalf of the Member of Parliament whose authority I have to seek your leave to ask the question.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't understand that one. You cannot have his authority to seek leave. You can have his authority to ask the question on his behalf, but not to seek leave from the Speaker.
I am duly guided, Right Honorable Speaker, and may you live long to continue to teach us, and I do so accordingly.
Now, leave is granted. You may ask the question on his behalf.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the rural electrification projects in the following communities will be completed: Awa Akalisum, Nayorigo Asaboko, Asasiboko, Amanga Kulbenko, Asabo Tua, Zoriko Go, Atung Tua, and Lungo.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Awa Akalisum, Nayorigo Asasiboko, Yeriko Guao, and Lungo form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Shop 4 rural electrification program in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. 36 out of 48 high voltage poles required for the Awa, Akalisum, and Nayorigo Asasiboko communities have been supplied to the site. Most of the required pole top materials have been supplied to Awa, Akalisum, with 36 strand and transformer installed. The high voltage network passes through Zoriko Go and Lungo communities. 460 out of 660 low voltage poles required for the project for Awa, Akalisum, Nayorigo, Asasiboko, Zoriko Go, and Lungu communities have been supplied and planted. Most of the pole top accessories required for the communities have been supplied to site with dressing, that is installation, ongoing in Awa, Akalium, and Lungo. The delays in the execution of the electrification projects are as a result of shortage of some key materials, including poles, steel, wooden blocks, conductors, amongst others. The ministry has taken delivery of some of these materials and is arranging for the release of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the above-mentioned communities by the end of the year. The Amanga Kulbenko Asagbo Tua communities do not form part of the ministry's electrification project. These communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electricity program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Member, you did not mention the last name, Atung Tua. Atung Tua. So what happens about that one? You mentioned only two. The last paragraph, you only mentioned Amanga Kulbenko and Asabgo Tua, but you forgot to mention Atung Tua.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. Let me take the last paragraph again, then, please, if I may. The Amanga Kulbenko, Asabgo Tua, and Atung Tua communities do not form part of the ministry's electrification projects, and these communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Honorable Minister, for the Awa, Akalisum, and Nayorigo Asasiboko communities, you stated that 36 out of 48 high voltage poles have been provided. When are the communities going to get the outstanding 12? And what timelines would you give for delivery of those poles and the other materials that you said were previously short in supply?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these materials, I mentioned some conductors, poles, and others which have not been supplied. Just like these ones, the high voltage poles. As soon as we take delivery, we will send them to the project site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the minister for a timeline. He didn't give. However, I want to find out, can he also give us a timeline on the other three communities that are not part of this project, the Amanga Kulbenko, Asabgo Tua, and Atung Tua? Do you have any indication when the next SHEP project or government intervention will start?
Yes, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of my honorable colleague, I actually did give that the timeline that by the end of the year, we will finish the projects that are ongoing. As far as the remaining communities are concerned, that is Amanga, Kubenko, Asagbutua, and Atuntua, what happens at the ministries, we do compile the requests that come in and source for funding, and then initiate the project. So as soon as we have enough, and then the funding comes into the place, we will include that and then publish it for the benefit of consideration of the Honorable House. Yeah.
Yes, honorable members, I thought you finished. Okay, the last one, the third supplementary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Taking the polls and materials you've mentioned to the community does not connect the community to the grid. We have several communities that have poles and things there but have not been connected. When would you connect those communities to the grid?
The question is specific to the communities itemized in the question. If you are talking about other communities that are not part of the question, you are introducing something new. But if you are talking about the communities that are mentioned in the question, let's know those communities that have the polls and nothing has been done.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We want to find out when Awa Akalisum, Nayorigo Asasi Boko, Zoriko Go, and Lungo will be connected to the national grid.
The understanding is that they already have the poles and materials, but they are not connected. That is how he premised his question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit challenged by this question because I have stated quite clearly that these materials and the installation works in the above communities will be completed by the end of the year. When we say completed by the end of the year, it means connected to the grid by the end of the year. That's what yes.
Yes, this is constituency specific question. So we'll move on to question 309. Stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Krechi East, Honorable Wisdom Gidisu. Honorable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Rice was the Minister for Energy. What step the ministry is taking to replace the wooden electric poles which carry high tension wires to the Karachi East municipality with better poles to prevent perennial burning of these wooden poles during the dry season? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must commend my honorable friend for the outfit to ask his question. He's looking very sharp.
Honorable Minister, you are completely out of order.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. The replacement of the wooden electricity poles, or for that matter, any measure of to address the perennial burning of such poles falls under the purview of the utility company. In this jurisdiction, the ECG. As part of measures to address perennial burning of wood poles, ECG has commenced a pilot project to spray vulnerable poles with fire-resistant paint. To this end, selected high-voltage poles on the Dambai feeder, that's from Asuk Oko to Dambai, have been sprayed with the fire-resistant paint. Furthermore, ECG continues to create fire belts to protect poles from bushfires. The ministry, in its effort to deal with these issues, has also been deploying steel and concrete poles to bushfire-prone areas for the ongoing national electrification scheme. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any further question? Supplementary
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to find out from the Honourable Minister whether spraying these poles with fire-resistant paints provides permanent solution to this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Essentially, the answer to that question is yes. Because by spraying these poles with the fire-resistant thing, the whole idea is to try and protect them in case of bushfire going anywhere near this particular pole. So the answer is yes, to provide permanent solution to the problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then, if so, when do they intend to end the pilot project for its rollout in other constituencies? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, did you get a supplementary question? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, when pilot projects are ensued, after the pilot, and if it's successful, in this case, we hope it's going to be successful because it's been tested before, then there will be the rollout of all the affected poles. So we hope that now that, or as soon as the pilot project is over, ECG will roll out the whole project to affect others that were not in the pilot vicinity. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We'll move on to question number 311. And this question stands in the name of the honorable member for Wulensi, Honorable Abukari Dawuni. Honorable member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of Energy when the electrification projects in the following communities in the Wulensi constituency will resume and be completed: Sakwe, Gungune, Kapo, Bangdeyele, and Asafuche.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, is it 312 that you just asked the number? Question number 312. 312.
Question 311. We don't have the answer on the order paper, but you may have the answer. So it's not captured on the order paper.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, please bear with me for just a few moments.
Honourable members, in filling the forms, be careful as to the boxes that you mark.
Mr. Speaker, my technical people have just signaled me that we don't really have the answer to 311. I don't think it actually came to the ministry for us to answer. It's not amongst the questions that we answered.
That's why I'm drawing the attention of members to the form. If you marked oral, it's different from when you mark the other one, which is to be answered on the floor. Yes. Any further information on it? If not, we'll flag it to be asked another day.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, that particular question was not amongst the questions that were brought to us for answering.
Table office, take note and submit it for. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard you direct table to take note. Then how come it was scheduled and how come it was advertised for the Minister for Energy to respond to it?
It's all still in the jurisdiction of the table office. you realize that they even submitted order paper addendum. Because that question too was on the order paper, but the answer was not there. And so they realized it and then brought an addendum. So the problem with the table office, if you need assistance, let me know so that we can strengthen your office to be able to up your game. So we'll move on with apologies to the honorable member. The honorable member from Ulensi. Your question will be rescheduled to be answered another day. Our apologies. We'll move on to question number 312. The question stands the name of the honorable member for New Ejubiase, Honorable Adams Abdul Salam. Please, honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in the New Ejubiase constituency will be connected to the national grid. Suminem, Abuabu number 3, Amenaso, Maweko, Monyo Krum, Dakozi, Achukrum, Zoiku, and Aboye Obuase. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Abuabu number 3, Amina So and Dakozi communities in the New Ejubiase constituency have been earmarked for electrification under the ministry's ongoing electrification project being executed by China International Water and Electric Corporation, Phase 2, in the Volta, Eastern Ashanti, Brong Ahafo, that's now Bono East and Ahafo, and then the Western regions. The delay in completion of the works by the contractor is as a result of delays in obtaining Sino-Sure guarantee from the Chinese government. Suminam Mawoko Monyo Krom, Achukrom, Zori Iku, and Aboya Obuase communities do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted for consideration in subsequent phases of electrification program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister if he could shed a little light on the Sino-Sure guarantee and when that will be secured to enable the ministry and connect these communities to the national grid. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this particular problem with Sino-Sure is really a high-level thing that is being discussed between the two governments, that's the Ghana government and the Chinese government. And I really cannot stand here and give any indication as to when the impasse will be resolved. I'm not able to give that answer, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Member, any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to find out if beyond the Sino-Sure guarantee, there are any other plans to, make sure that some of these communities are connected in the shortest possible time. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are quite confident as a ministry that this problem will be resolved. It's just unfortunate that I cannot give you the time. And we rather not start tinkering with these communities as far as electrification is concerned. So I'll indulge you. I'll ask you to indulge us by talking to your people to have patience for this particular problem to be solved. And as you probably are aware, when these projects come into being, they go rather faster than if the ministry does it itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My final supplementary will be on the communities that do not form part of the ongoing, yes. Sominem, Maweko, Monyokrum, Achukrum, Zoiku, and Aboye Obuasi. Mr. Speaker, would the minister assure us that these communities would be considered in any plans?
Are you asking a different question?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm just following up on his answer that these communities do not form part of any of the plans as we speak. And I just need an assurance that
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once the ministry has taken note of this request from the honourable member, in fullness of time, they will be included in our subsequent projects. Thank you.
What does that mean? In the fullness of time. What does that mean when you say in the fullness of time?
Mr. Speaker, if that phrase is creating problems, I'll withdraw it and I'll replace it by saying that as and when the ministry compile the list and source of necessary funding, those communities will be considered for electrification.
Minority leader, because you are leader, I'll allow you, but if not, this is constituency specific.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. Is to the Honourable Minister's response to the Honourable Adams Abdul Salam. What the Honourable Member wants from the Minister is an assurance that those communities will be prioritized and prioritized within time, not within the fullness of time. So what next self-help rural electrification project will those communities fall under? Thank you.
Minority leader, he has actually attempted in answering that question. It's only subject to or conditional upon the availability of funds, as he stated. It's when they get funds and then they program. So, in other words, he's not in the position to give assurance or guarantee. That is what he stated. And so we'll move on to question number 314. And the question stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Tamale South, Honourable Suhini Al-Hassan Saibu.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. However,
Honourable Members,
my shoe size.
Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, go on.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I just wanted to draw your attention that my feet cannot wear the shoes of the Tamale South Member of Parliament yet, so I'll still maintain the Tamale North.
Did I say Tamale South?
Yes, sir.
Minority leader has been because he just asked a supplementary question.
Thank you.
No, you are saying Tamale North.
Yes, I'll maintain Tamale North. That's the one.
I know where you belong to. You are not even qualified to contest in Tamale South.
My Chalewati can go to Tamale South.
Yes, Tamale North.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy how much kilowatts or megawatts of power was generated by each of the following entities between 2017 and 2020, for which the government of Ghana could not utilize and therefore was billed and paid $937.5 million to 1 AXA, 2 Car Power, and 3 Sen Power. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the excess capacities from the 3 companies, namely AXA, Car Power, and Sen Power, range approximately between 124 megawatts and 442 megawatts for the period 2017 to 2020. The breakdown is as per the table below. The unit is megawatts, of course, and in 2017, AXA, we pay for 54.2 megawatts, 2018, 90.3 megawatts, and 2019, 207.9 megawatts, and 2020, 175.3 megawatts. For car power ship, we paid the capacity, excess capacity in 2017, 69.5 megawatts, 2018, 116 megawatts, 2019, 145.2 megawatts, and 2020, 48.5 megawatts. And Mr. Speaker, finally, for Sen Power, we paid for only 2 years, that's 88.5 megawatts in 2019, and 146.6 megawatts for 2020. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I may take this opportunity to explain to my honorable colleague that this is not actually power that has been generated, like generated for storage or anything of that sort. What it is, once the company declares availability and we are not able to take the power, then we pay the capacity. So that is what it is. It's not like they generated for us to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Tamale North.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to thank the Minister for his response. The Speaker, I, however, before my follow-up, would just like to take note of the answer that is provided in range when I ask for the total. The range is not provided, and even in the answer that I have on the other paper, the table did not indicate the companies and the megawatts declared. But I haven't listened to the Minister has been able to provide the names of the companies, and I'll work with the documents, even though I would have preferred that we got the total for each and how much we paid. Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister to explain how come AXA declared in his own answer 527 megawatts in 4 years. Car Power declared 378.5 megawatts in 4 years as excess capacity, and Sen Power declared 235 megawatts. Yet, the Speaker, AXA that declared 527 megawatts got paid $347.2 million. And this is based on an answer that was provided by the Minister of Finance in this House. So it's a record of this House. How come AXA that declared 527 megawatts got paid $347 million? Yet Car Power that declared 378 megawatts also got paid $359 million. the company that declared less got paid more. How can the minister explain that? Should I repeat it?
Minister, did you get the question?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The figures and the information that the Honourable Member has put before this August House is not before me. I don't have any such information in front of me, so I'm unable to respond to it.
Very well. So, Honourable Member, did you hear him?
Mr. Speaker, I did not put any figures that are not before him. Mr. Speaker, when I rose up, I made the reference to the fact that the answers were provided in range, and the answers didn't come with the names of the companies and how much power they declared. But thanks to the answer that he gave, he told us in column 1, AXA declared 54 megawatts in 2017, correct? Is that not there? 2018, 90 megawatts, it's right here. And that in 2019, they declared 207 megawatts, Mr. Speaker. And in 2020, AXA declared 173. Mr. Speaker, if you put that together, if you add that, you have 527 megawatts for AXA. So that is record that he just provided. The numbers, the figures is what you just provided. AXA declared 527, according to the records you have provided. And Car Power declared, if you take 69.5 plus 116 plus 145.2 plus 48.5, if you add that to, you get 378 megawatts, 378.5 megawatts. So my question is, Mr. Speaker, and in my answer, I quoted the amount that was paid. I mean, in my question, 937 million, that is not in question, it's here. That was paid to these companies. And I'm saying when you look at the breakdown of the 937, we're told that AXA was paid $347 million US dollars. And Car Power was paid $359 million US dollars. But the megawatts shows that AXA actually declared more megawatts, 527 megawatts. Yet they were paid $347 million. And Car Power declared 378 megawatts. Yet the records here shows that they were paid 359 million US dollars. So my question is, how come the company that declared less excess capacity power got paid more? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Honourable Member has given us figures which are not before me. But the only thing I can say, the amount of money that has been paid, no, please, have patience. The amount of money that you claim have been paid to certain companies are not before us today, sitting here. Those figures are not before us. But what I will say is that it may well be due to the difference in tariffs. So a company may generate 10 megawatts, company B may generate 10 megawatts, but if the tariffs are different, naturally, the payment will be different. Simplicity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the minister is answering a question with all the figures that were provided in that question, yet he claims that the figures are not with him. If you read my question, the figures are right there in my question, and that is what he was answering. Anyway, I will move on to my next follow-up. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister how excess power is declared and verified by the Ministry of Energy before request for payment is transmitted to the Finance Ministry. How do the companies declare excess power, which is available, for which you have not used, and before they transmit to the Finance Ministry for payment to be given to these companies?
Minister, did you get a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did, but I honestly think the Honourable Member doesn't really understand what is going on here. What happens is, a company declares availability Once they declare the availability and ECG is not able to take up that power which is available, then they do the calculation, the amount of power that should have been taken which was not taken. And they do the calculation based on the tariff, and then they bill ECG. That is what happened. So I think you have to get the thing sorted out in your mind. You are totally all over the place.
Honorable, your last question.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the minister should not assume that because he works in the energy ministry, he's the only one sees with knowledge of how that sector works. Mr. Speaker,
go ahead with
I'm very aware that these companies declare the availability, which one will not utilize is recorded. So my question was a simple one. When the power is available, or when they say they have the capacity to produce, what are the verification methods that are used to indicate that indeed it is available and we have not used it, for which we have to pay? That's the simple question that I asked. If the minister doesn't have an answer to it, or if he doesn't understand the question, he should say so. But to impugn that I don't understand it is unfair. Thank you. I'll move on to my next question though. If he doesn't understand it, he can say so. But to say that I don't understand the sector is unfair. The Speaker, the final, based on your answers, Honorable Minister, which one is it too much?
Is asking his last question.
Which one is too much, Leader? Based on your answers provided, Mr. Speaker, and the answers that were provided by the finance minister related to this same question on Thursday, 17th June 2021, which remains a record of this House. Is it true or false that Ghana pays $1 billion annually as excess capacity charges?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. That is false. The figure he just quoted, 1 billion, is false. Thank you.
He says 1 billion is false. I've repeated this response. He says it's false. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, following up to a question asked by my colleague in the same context on payments made to IPPs, I'm aware of the price waterfall mechanism, cash waterfall mechanism. Can the minister tell Ghanaians what government has done with the cash waterfall mechanism in sanitizing payments to the IPPs? Is he able to tell us?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hitherto, ECG had the sole right to pay the IPPs and other service providers in the energy space as they deem fit. But because of the ESRP, that has come into stay, the cash waterfall mechanism is a system whereby all the receivables for ECG goes into a basket and is shared to the fuel providers, IPPs, and other players within the energy space. So it's a very fair way of paying the players in the energy space. And the Ministry of Finance came up with a plan they call the Delta Fund, which will basically means that the Ministry of Finance will provide the shortfall. Anytime there is a shortfall in the payments to the IPPs, Ministry of Finance will provide that money through the Delta Fund. And I can tell the good people of this country that the cash waterfall mechanism is come to stay. It is a very fair mechanism for paying something to all the players in the energy space. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So, honorable leader, this supplementary question, you wouldn't have 2 slots. Me, I'm taking only 1 more. We are not supposed to spend more than 1 hour in question time. So, let me give the opportunity to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to find out from the minister, is that the case that every year excess capacity keeps on increasing? I'm looking at it from the table here. In 2017, we had 123.7 megawatts as excess capacity. 2018, we have 216.3 megawatts of excess capacity, and 2019 it shot up to 441.6 megawatts. Before 2020, it came down slightly to 370.4 megawatts. Meanwhile, we keep on connecting new communities every day, or if you like, every time. How come we are having so much of excess capacity each and every year? Thank you.
You didn't get a question. Honorable members, at times I haven't. Please go straight to the question so that the minister can appreciate the question.
Mr. Speaker, from the table provided here, if the minister will want to take a look at it, I'm wondering why every subsequent year excess capacity keeps on increasing. If you look at the table, in 2017, we generated 123.7 as an excess capacity. In 2018, we generated 216.3 as an excess capacity. And 2019, 441.6 as an excess capacity. And 2020, 370.3 as excess capacity. How come every year it keeps on increasing? We are keeping on having excess capacity every year. Why is it so? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it simply means that in 2019, we just did not need 441.6 potential energy. We just didn't need it, but it was available. That is basically what it means. As to why it's going up, it's maybe because of the agreements that were signed under, without wanting to sound too political, under your time. They signed so many take-or-pay agreements, and that is what's resulted in this. So basically, it means that the quantities that you are talking about, the 441 and the 370, simply means that these energy, megawatts of energy was available to us that we did not need. Cheers.
Okay, let him give you the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister or the deputy minister, in his response to a question posed by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Salaga Etamale North, said it's false that the state has not paid $1 million annually, $1 billion annually in excess, in respect of the excess capacity generated. And I want to find out from the minister, in the Vice President's last lecture to Ghanaians, he stated categorically that an amount of $1 billion was paid annually. And today the minister is saying it's not true. I want us to find out from the minister which of them we should believe. Is it the case that
They've not advised the Vice President very well. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am not standing here able to confirm the source of honourable member's figure that is just given to the House. The Honourable Suhini asked if we pay in 1 billion, but on the 17th June, when the Finance Minister came before this House, he quoted a figure of $968 million, not 1 billion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We move to question number 605. Question number 605. And the question stands in the name of a member for Nsawam Aduajiri, Honorable Frank Anodomfre. Honorable, you may ask.
Speaker, I'm grateful. So I rise to ask the Minister for Energy how the government, through the ministry, settle the debt-owned Nigeria Gas Company through the Energy Sector Levies Act, the ESLA. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, between March 2018 to July 2019, the Government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Energy and the Energy Sector Levies Act, ESLA PLC, settled a total amount of 563,452,668 Ghana cedis in 3 tranche payments to the Nigerian Gas Company Limited, NGAS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member.
Speaker, we know the VRA has existed for a very long time. I wish to know from the Minister what role did the VRA play in the settlement of this debt?
Yes, Minister, any role played by VRA?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is quite clear that VRA in the last several years has really improved their balance sheet. And then as a result, VRA has been able to settle this legacy debt. And I would like to point out to the Honourable member asking this question that subsequently VRA has been able to pay their bills to, or the obligation to, NGAS as and when due. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Speaker, I wish to find out from my minister what correlation exists between the payment of this debt or its management and the control of power outages, properly called Dumso.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, virtually all the power generators, generating machines in Ghana are now being fueled by natural gas. So naturally, if the VRA is able to pay for its obligation to NGAS, the supply of natural gas from Nigeria, I would say that it goes a long way in ameliorating the power situation in Ghana, thereby preventing Dumso, as the Honourable Member puts it. Thank you.
Yes, your last supplementary question, Honourable Chief Whip.
So I want to know from my colleague and the minister whether it is the case currently under the guise of this government that when bills are raised in the context of this ASLA, they are cleared accordingly. If it is the case, Can the minister apprise this house and the Ghanaian people? What is it that this government is doing differently from the previous government?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, really the Volta River Authority, under the able leadership of Mr. Nchidakwa, has, like I said earlier, improved markedly on their balance sheet, and as a result, they are able to, like I said earlier again, able to pay for the gas supply to Ghana as and when due. So it goes a long way in, or shall I say, VRA is doing a very good job in polishing their balance sheet, thereby being able to pay for their bills. Thank you very much.
Leader, let me, then I'll come to you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like the minister to tell us whether he will still consider the energy sector levy as a nuisance tax. A nuisance tax, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, this question is not admissible.
Okay, let me change it. Let me rephrase my question.
Okay. You may change it.
I would like to ask the minister if he will consider the energy sector levy as very useful in the management of our debt, the energy sector.
Minister, let's hear you.
Okay, Mike.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ESLA PLC is good for us in the payment of our bills to NGAS.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, so after all, the energy sector levies have proven to be useful in supporting government to pay for some capacities. Mr. Speaker, the minister in his answer on excess capacity has provided the distribution for the last 4 years, whether in respect of ASCA or car power or send power, provided some details. Does the excess capacity include reserve margin or not? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, the excess capacity indeed includes the reserve margin.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister be interested in undertaking an audit of the excess capacity?
Leader, it's just a supplementary question, so one slot. No, he was the owner of the question. You get the opportunity to. Yes, honorable member for BM.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister whether he will consider doing a detailed audit in terms of what is actually the excess capacity.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would have thought this would be in the purview of the Finance Ministry, since they've been paying the money. So I will direct this question to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
Very well. We move to. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister if the revenue accrued from ESLA has contributed in paying the legacy debt. Thank you.
A similar question has already been asked. And he said the ESLA is a very useful ESLA. So we move to question number 814. question number 814. And the question stands the member for Upper Denchira West. Upper Denchira West, Honorable Daniel Ohenedako. Honorable, you may now ask your question.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I ask the question, I seek your leave to make a little correction to the question. That is paragraph 4, item III. The name should be Eniantintem, not Ananikrom. I have Ananikrom as one of the communities, but the actual community should have been Aniantintem. That really needs the project. So in the answer, Ananikrom was not taken care of because they don't have it as one of those communities. So in my answer, in my question, I'm going to deal with the 4 communities and leave the other one because that's not been provided for. So to the Minister, Honorable Minister, I rise to ask you, the Minister for Energy, when the self-help electrification project, that is SHEP, in the following communities will be completed. So, Adwinfaye, Akrofrom, Abuaboso, and Nipa Nikro. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Adwinfaye, Akrofrom, Abuaboso, and Nipa Nikro communities are part of the Ministry's ongoing SHEP 4 rural electrification projects in the central region. 72 out of the 107 high voltage poles required for the project have been supplied to site. 19 of the high voltage poles have so far been planted in the communities. The remaining 53 poles are yet to be planted. 120 low voltage poles required for Adwinfaye, Akrofrom, Abuaboso, and Nipa Nikro communities have been supplied to site but are yet to be planted. The delay in the execution of the electrification projects in the communities is as a result of shortage of some key materials, including stay equipment, conductors, poles, amongst others. The ministry has taken delivery of some of the materials and is arranging for the release of same for installation works to resume at site. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the above-mentioned communities by the end of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Hindako, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to ask the Minister whether he is aware that the materials that have been supplied so far have been there for the last 6 years. He is aware of the fact.
Minister, are you aware?
Mr. Speaker, I really am not aware, but now that the Honourable Member has mentioned it, we will take note and look into it, whether it's the contractor who has abandoned the contract or whatever, and the necessary steps will be taken to rectify the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ohinedako.
Honorable Minister, you indicated in your answer that you have secured the materials that will really go to execute the project. And you have indicated that it's going to take up to the end of the year. You have all these materials available. Why is it going to take you that long to be able to fix these projects?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member just alerted us that the materials are lying there without a contractor on site. You just said that. And I've assured you that we've taken note and we take the necessary steps. But I don't quite understand why you're following up by saying that the materials are lying there without any work going on. I don't quite get it.
Yes. Honorable, your last question.
Well,
What I'm trying to say is that these materials were supplied to site somewhere in 2016, and they've been lying there. Some of the conductors have been there at the mercy of the weather. So what I'm saying is that you have said in your answer that you have secured all the materials to be able to carry out the project. So why is it going to take you that long? I've had...
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'll try and answer the honourable member's question by saying that normally when contractors are on site and they need materials, they request the materials, and that will prompt us to supply the materials that are required if we have them in stock. But in this particular case, you've made it quite clear to us that there's no contractor on site. So again, for the I'm sorry, I'm having to repeat myself, that we have taken note. We're going to go on site and then make sure that the work progresses. By if we need to engage a new contractor, that is if the other one has left the scene, then we will do that. So I don't know why we are belaboring this particular point, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
We now move to Binduri. Honorable Abdullahi Abanga, question 820. Question 820. A member for Binduri, is he not around? Oh, yes. My brother, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the electrification projects under the Shed 4 program in the following communities in the Binduri district of the Upper East region will be completed: Sakwar Natenga, Sakwar Bakango, and Sakwar Wanyamiri. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Sakwari Natinga, Sakwari Bakango, and Sakwari Wayamere communities are part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing Sheforo electrification project in the Binduri district of the Upper East region. A total of 47 high-voltage poles required for the communities have been supplied and planted. The high-voltage installation works have been completed as Sakwari Natinga, Sakwari Bakango, and Sakwari Wayamere communities. 455 low-voltage poles for the project have been supplied and planted in Sakwari Natinga, Sakwari Bakango, and Sakwari Wayamere communities. However, conductors for the LV stringing in Sakwari Natinga are yet to be supplied. Stringing of the high-voltage conductors has also been completed in these communities. While the transformers have been delivered to the communities, installation is yet to be done. Meter installations works are ongoing in Sakwari Bakango. The delay in the execution of the electrification project in the communities are due to the shortage of some key materials. The ministry has taken delivery of some of these materials and will arrange for them to be sent to site for work to resume. The Ministry of Energy expects to complete the installation works in the above-mentioned communities by the end of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abanga, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my contact with the contractor indicates that they will require more material than what the minister just indicated here. So I pray that the minister will contact the contractor on the ground and provide them with all the necessary materials. And we hope that by the end of this year, the people of these three communities will benefit from the national grid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to the last question. The last question, which is from Old Tafo. Honorable Vincent Ekwao Asafua, question number 858. 858. Yes, Honorable, you may ask your question now.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. I would want to ask the Minister for Energy when the Ameri plant is scheduled to be transferred to Kumasi.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 250 megawatt Ameri power plant will be moved to Ahumaso in Kumasi 6 months after signing of the APC contract. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Member for Tafo, any supplementary question?
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. I want to know when the EPC contract will be signed.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has engaged a company by the name of Miscellaneous SA to undertake the engineering, that's the EPC contract. The works are expected to be pre-financed by this company. And we have sought the legal opinion from the Attorney General's office that has been obtained and been incorporated in the draft contract. So prior to this, the Ministry had obtained a PPA approval to sole source this particular company. And the Ministry is expected to seek parliamentary approval for the relocation of the plant where the EPC work will begin. The contractor estimates that the EPC work will take approximately 6 months after the EPC contract is signed. The Ministry and the Attorney General are in the process of fine-tuning the contract, and as soon as all the T's and the I's have been dotted and the T's have been crossed, we will bring it to the House for approval, and then 6 months afterwards, the machine will be moved to Kumasi. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I have.
Very well. Honorable Deputy Minister for Energy, on behalf of the House, let me thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer as many as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 questions. Honorable Deputy Minister, we are grateful to you. We wish you well. You are hereby discharged. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I guess we should be going on to statements, and 2 statements were admitted by Speaker. But before then, Speaker, with your leave, if we could just take item 8B at conclave. We had some gentleman agreement with my colleague, the minority whip, that we would take, we'll take item 8B, Speaker, on 8B for Bell, 8B. Speaker, I'll seek your leave to do the laying on behalf of the chair.
Is it that of trade and tourism? Honorable members, may I invite you to page number 5, page 5, item 8, presentation of papers. We will move to 8B, chairman of the committee. Honorable, hold on. I table, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, I ordinarily, once is the whip who is undertaking this activity, I should honor and respect it.
But Parliament is its committees. If the chairman of the committee is not there, you can opt for the vice chairman or any member of the committee, but not to encourage the practice of those of us in leadership purporting to be acting on behalf of the committee. It is not a good parliamentary practice. Maybe for purpose of today, we can accommodate it. Just look around. Any member of the trade committee can so lay the report. I don't want us to encourage the practice where leaders will tomorrow want to do and perform functions on behalf of the leadership and members of the committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, any member of Trade and Tourism Committee?
Speaker, with respect, I understand and respect the position of the leader. We have a situation, and I communicated duly to the whip, and that is what motivated my decision. So we had arrived at that conclusion earlier. Unfortunately, my respected leader was not there. So if he may just accede, and he said it in person, I will not do that to take away powers of committee leaders. So
very well. Let me find out if there's any member of a trade committee. Any member? The ranking? Yes. Trade and tourism. Okay, leader. If there's nobody, then let me ask the chief whip to do that on behalf of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism on the Ghana Standards Authority Bill 2022.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to spare the whip so that he would understand. As soon as a paper is presented to the House, you are to direct that it be distributed. So direct. And when you direct and it's not available for distribution, would have been embarrassing you as our whip. That is why I don't want you to play this role. So yes, he's laid it. Give the consequential directive and table act. Act now. Let's have copies of the report as laid. Thank you. In respecting of standing orders.
Ready. Speaker, I think in these matters, I want to respect my colleague. I did not, on my own, decided to lay this paper. I think in this house, we've always related to one another in this matter. I have related to the minority whip. We have come to an understanding. If it's the case that it should be withdrawn, we can withdraw it. We can stand it down and wait for the committee chair to come and lay it. There's no problem.
Leader, respectfully, I think the report will be distributed in due time. So, yes. So, honorable members, the report has been duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members.
Speaker, with your leave, before we go on to statement, we will want to take item 11 on page 6. Item 11.
Honorable members, let me once again invite you to page 6. Page 6, item 11. Page 6, item 11. Motion, Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on guidelines for considering and approving requests for the grant of waiver of import duties, import VAT, GET Fund levy, import National Health Insurance levy, ECOWAS levy, AU levy, EXIM levy on plant, machinery and equipment or parts, as well as corporate tax for 5 years of operation, being tax incentives to support implementation of the One District, One Factory program. Mr. Speaker, in moving this motion, I would like to present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that somewhere last year, we came to this House with report for the exemption, 1D1F exemption for some 4 companies. And the House debated the taking of the report and complained that we were recommending too many of these exemptions to the House. We did make the point, and I made that point on behalf of the committee, that the committee itself had done some work in respect of these 1D1F exemptions, and that we have been guided by our own guidelines, and therefore the House should feel comfortable approving those 4. But the House then took a decision that they would want to themselves see those guidelines before they would proceed to approve any 1D1F exemption. The committee therefore went back and sought to comply with the decision of the House. That has taken quite some time because we also needed to engage with the Ministry of Trade and Industry and other stakeholders in order that the guidelines that this House would approve would be consistent with our appreciation of the 1D1F policy and also in the spirit of working together. That is what has kept this report from coming, that has seen the delay that we have seen in the report. But thankfully, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to come to some consensus on what these guidelines should be in respect of what we present to this House for the House to consider adopt, so that the pile of 1D1F requests at both the Ministry of Finance and at the committee can be cleared as quickly as possible for the companies to benefit from this incentive from government. So, Mr. Speaker, the rationale for the policy stated in the report, the reason we are bringing these guidelines clearly indicated in the introduction sections of the report, the fact that this initiative provides incentives to create jobs, to spread industrialization, but also to help companies that are expanding have all been stated under paragraph 5 of the report. And the paragraph 6, our recommendation, Mr. Speaker, is where we capture the guidelines that would guide the committees and this House's consideration of 1D1F incentives applications. So under paragraph 6, we see that 6I, the committee lists the scope of taxes that would be granted. And this is premised on the resolution this House passed in respect of these exemptions. So under paragraph 6.1, we see that for companies that are moving to set up factories in new districts, the list of taxes that they could enjoy relief from one import get fund levy, import national health insurance levy, exempt levy, import duty, import VAT, corporate income tax for the first 5 years. So, Speaker, I must say that this is the full scope of the exemptions that the Parliament approved in the resolution. Under 6.2, we go to state a limited scope of exemptions for companies that are not moving to new districts, but need help. And we do have a number of companies that are distressed, that need help, and therefore, Speaker, we considered it helpful that at least some support will be given to those companies as well. And so we see under 6.2 the list of items, tax items from which a company looking to expand within the 1D1F program would benefit from. And they are the import get fund levy, import national health insurance levy, exempt levy, corporate income tax for the first 5 years. And then 3, we say Parliament shall not approve the waiver of import taxes on imports that are available in Ghana. The committee took the view that if we are supporting industries to expand and to do well, then other initiatives benefiting from government incentives should also be supporting those other companies that are producing in Ghana. So we have indicated as part of our guidelines that we will not approve tax exemption or waiver of import taxes on imports that are available in Ghana. And then, Mr. Speaker, in respect of 6IB, the committee also noted that there are entities that have not got the approval yet. They may have been admitted into the program and may have gone through some processes with the Ministry of Trade and Industry, but they have not gotten the parliamentary approval, and they may not get it until Parliament considers it. In fact, it is a matter of record that there are applicants who have been denied by Parliament, but some companies anticipate Parliament, they import, and they keep those imports in the suspense regime under all kinds of pretenses that we would re-export later, that we want to, all kinds of, so they keep it in the suspense regime without paying the applicable taxes, waiting for the 1D1F approvals to happen. Then they quickly go back and say, we are 1D1F company. So we want to clear these goods without the payment of the applicable taxes. We took the view that until Parliament approves it, you do not have the exemption. Okay, all right. So that is IB. And then the last one is a company applying for 8 months show evidence of financial close for the expansion or for the new factory. And then they must also evidence that they have acquired land. These form the guidelines that would, going forward, guide the committee in making recommendations to this House and hopefully guide this House in approving requests for 1D, 1F. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, when you finish speaking, please put off your microphone. Okay. Honourable member, the motion has been moved. Ranking member for Finance Committee. Ranking, before you come in, let me indulge you to allow me extend sitting beyond the normal hours. It's beyond even 2 o'clock. So kindly permit me to extend. So let's hear you, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that was moved by the chairman of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, I believe the time has come for us to regulate this tax exemption regime.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the government submitted a bill before us. We have worked on the bill, and very soon the bill will be before us. But before then, there's this government policy of 1D, 1F that we as a committee and as a House believe that that policy is being abused by businessmen. Speaker, I say this because everywhere else in the world, there is a limit to which we can grant tax exemption. And anytime a government comes out with a policy to grant tax exemptions, businesses will obviously take advantage. It is up to the government and the parliament of the country to regulate it in such a way that businesses will not take advantage of. Mr. Speaker, if I'm a businessman, I will look at government opportunities in government and take advantage. That does not mean I'm criminal. But obviously, there's a loophole that people would like to take advantage. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility to regulate this tax exemption regime. Unfortunately, we are in a situation that every single tax revenue counts for us as a country. We need every revenue because of our fiscal condition. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, this is important for us to address the concerns that is before us. So what the chairman has said, Mr. Speaker, it is in good direction. We as a committee believe that, yes, it's a government policy that seeks to industrialize the economy. But beyond industrialization, businesses have a responsibility to pay taxes. And these taxes is what we will need to obviously grow and pay the services of the country. They have to contribute to what we call incorporation benefits. Because before you incorporate a company, somebody will have to set the Registrar General's department. Somebody will have to pay for the police to make sure your businesses survive in the economy. And that is why we are saying that, yes, we want them to benefit, but we need to regulate the taxes. We have come to conclusion that if you are small, if you are a new company coming into the economy, for the purposes of 1D, 1F, we'll be giving you full scope of the tax exemptions. Mr. Speaker, we've said that if you are an existing company in the economy already, and you want to expand and want to take advantage of the tax exemption regime, we'll give you a limited scope of this tax exemption regime. Mr. Speaker, but I also think that beyond that, we should allow every single company, regardless of which regime that you belong to get some tax exemption. But for national health insurance, you have to pay. You have to pay. Because I believe that for national health insurance, everybody else is contributing for the health of the ordinary Ghanaian and for their own workers. So I can only agree that going further, probably we will need to make a further amendment to what the chairman has proposed or what the committee has proposed to encourage every company to contribute to the national health insurance levy so that the national health insurance will have enough revenue to take care of the purposes that they are established to do. Mr. Speaker, and again, probably we will have to consider the tendencies where existing company will like to expand beyond 2 or 3 companies. If you want to expand 1, yes, we can grant you a limited scope of tax exemption. If you want to expand 2, yes, we can give you another limited scope of tax exemption. But I do not believe that if a company wants to expand like 20, 30 across all constituencies, government should be in the businesses of granting them tax exemption. They're also making profit. So there should also be a limit where if the company decides to expand in a way for their profitability, government will have a limit of granting them those tax exemptions. So, Speaker, I support this wholeheartedly. I believe it is in the interest of the country that we limit these tax exemptions that we are giving to other companies. Because, Speaker, comparatively, if you compare what we are giving, Ghana's tax exemption regime is too generous. Too generous. And time has come for us to curtail it and reduce it and allow these companies to contribute something. Subject to further amendment, whilst members also contribute to this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the Speaker has convened a board meeting. I see the Secretary to the board alerting me, but I do want to share some thoughts on the matter of the report for the adoption of guidelines for consideration by this House in the implementation of One District, One Factory program. And Mr. Speaker, to thank the leadership of the Finance Committee for bringing this matter up, for Parliament to play a more diligent role in oversighting many of these major economic and social policy initiatives of the executive. And Mr. Speaker, if you recall, even when President Nana Addo Dankwa, this was announced in the 2016 manifesto, when they constituted government in 2017, the thinking at the time was to come for a one-off tax exemption for 1G, 1F. It took this political opposition again to say no. I still recall working with the Honorable Anthony Osaya Koto, doctor, to say that no, let it be done one by one in respect of each particular intervention and initiative. So we should thank you. This is what Parliament must be doing. When we say we are protecting the public purse, this is an initiative intended as protecting the public purse, so that the giveaway in the name of tax exemption to politically aligned entrepreneurs or private sector players, it is not good enough for the development of this country. And I believe that, Mr. Speaker, the 1D, 1F policy of Nana Addo Dankwa, as I understand it, was intended to address two important issues. One, how was that going to contribute to the industrialization of this country? Two, how was that going to contribute to employment generation and employment opportunities for young people in Ghana who are desirous of working? And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, for value addition, so that what districts produce can be processed. And Mr. Speaker, let me use your community as an example. In Fomina, we know maybe you produce mango. Nothing prevents government from citing a mango-related factory in Fomina to take advantage of the raw material of mango, the pulp of mango, to add addition. Mr. Speaker, let's state it without any fear of contradiction that we have missed our steps in the implementation of 1D, 1F. We have seen government officials run around to existing factories and put banners on it as 1D, 1F. Why? When that person contemplated his factory, where were you? And how can that become part of your policy initiative of a 1D, 1F? We've missed the steps. Laudable initiative to create employment, to industrialize this country, but not the way we are doing it. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is reported by the World Bank to lose over $2 billion to tax exemption every other year. Permit me to digress. Foreign service officials of this country who used to serve abroad normally will return home with some vehicle of some capacity where they enjoy tax exemption. We granted it, we removed it in the name of exemption. Those were not the exemptions that there is a problem. And Mr. Speaker, this Parliament, when we say we want to protect the public purse, we must get serious. Contract documents to this House. In every contract document, you see a clause, tax exemptions. This House is always happy to grant it to foreign companies, not even to local companies, in huge sums of money. Mr. Speaker, I didn't study taxation or economics like the Honorable Atufosun or the Honorable Kwati. But my basic economics that I studied, tax exemption is an opportunity cost of revenue, nothing more. It's an opportunity cost of lost revenue. If you exempt it, the state is losing deserved revenue. So, Mr. Speaker, these guidelines must further be improved, and I demand that it should be improved. One, each of the companies must indicate to this House how many jobs will be created over what period. We should know. Within 1 year, should we expect 50, 100 people employed or not? We should know. Their contribution to GDP, we should be able to measure that this entity which got this tax exemption is making this meaningful contribution to the growth and development of our economy. It should not be a political gift away as we are doing it. Mr. Speaker, some companies have come to this House and Parliament have, without any shame, forgive me, generously granted exemptions to the tune of $128 million. That can create 5 new sustainable entrepreneurs in this country. There are genuine Ghanaian businesses who are looking for just $5 million to start an enterprise which will create jobs. They are denied sometimes because of political leaning. I'm not saying under this government since 1993. That is not right. That is not right. But when you give $28 million for somebody building a hotel, why? The other poor people who in Tema or in Patrick Buame's constituency who want to build even affordable houses, what have you given them? But here, in Parliament, $28 million Pullman Hotel was granted. So, Mr. Speaker, their contribution to employment. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish I could speak more. Indigenous rural industry is still not being developed. This 1D, 1F, we must target it. I have always repeatedly said that when you go to Brown Harfu region, if for nothing, and you study the geopolitical environment, you know they do cashew well, and you know they do poultry well. So if you have any support, go and support poultry and cashew in Brown Harfu region. You'll be creating jobs in the Brown Harfu region. 1B, 1F. Mr. Speaker, these guidelines must deconcentrate 1D, 1F in Accra Tema. That is wrong. You can't be walking through Accra Tema and on the road, any factory, you put 1D, 1F. That was not the intention. When you say 1D, 1F, how many districts do we have in Ghana? 254. Let the Minister for Trade, when he comes here, he struggles to account for the number of 1D, 1F. In the Upper East, Upper West region, as we see today, you can't count 10. 1. Northern region, you can't count. Except somebody's getting fouled, you went and put a banner that this is a 1D, 1F, when it was already in existence. And to the Honorable Member of Parliament, you supervise mining in Obuasi, your constituency. 1D, 1F. Report on your own, Chairman. Do you have one there in Obuasi? What have you done to ameliorate unemployment in Obuasi? And you are concentrating it in Accra Tema. No, and Mr. Speaker, finally, we must take a position. What this country must do is to learn from other experiences of beginning to provide an enabling environment for the private sector of Ghana to triumph. And Mr. Speaker, my idea, Ghana must begin building industrial parks. What you do with industrial parks is not 1D, 1F. Government will dedicate a land around Fomina, and government will provide resources to take water, electricity, ICT to that land. Then tell entrepreneurs that take advantage of this land in order that you can build and operate an enterprise. You are spending the money well, but you will take advantage of what they produce in that community and how much value you can add to that community. So 1D, 1F, you better call it 1 Accra, 1 Tema, 1 additional 1 for Accra Tema, and not 1D, 1F. So, Mr. Speaker, we need, this house must get serious. When we say we have to protect the public purse, the leakages in the name of tax exemptions must cease. And it must cease with us, not just with these guidelines, but with the tax exemption bills that have been in the drawing board since 2017. So, Chairman, I commend you and your members of the committee, but I think that your guideline needs some improvement. And we should insist on indigenization of the enterprises. Is it for members of the District Assembly? So, members of Parliament, if you have proposal, and Mr. Speaker, I end with it. Even me, Haruna, I failed as Minister for Trade. Toothpick. You can't produce in Ghana. And then you say you are doing well. Toothpick. Just toothpick. I still recall my days at Trade Ministry trying to help somebody in the Kasua area to be able to put up a toothpick factory. So 1D, 1F. Can we help just a Ghanaian to set up a toothpick factory? And with this shame, Mr. Speaker, we celebrate 1G1F. With this, Mr. Speaker, I support it, and I hope you excuse me to join the board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. The Vice Chairman of...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader ended with I will not support the motion. Mr. Speaker, that's just. Mr. Speaker, government has brought before us a tax exemption bill, which we've considered, like my brother Atua Forson rightly said, which will be taken through the various stages, I believe, before we rise. It will address some of the concerns that members have raised. Mr. Speaker, before that, state institutions were also granting exemptions without recourse to Parliament and without recourse to the Constitution, GIPC and other institutions, which this bill seeks to curtail. Mr. Speaker, the overall industrialization policy of this government hinges on not only the 1D1F program, but other incentives and programs which the government is pursuing. The leader talked about free zones. I know government is in the process of announcing the commencement of work in some other free zone enclaves, one around Dawa and one around Bupe, where fuel products will be transported via barges to Bupe and industrial park in Bupe, yes, for other activities to thrive from the north onwards. Mr. Speaker, the thrust of this report rests on the recommendations under paragraph 6, which tries to limit the scope and application of this policy to will-be companies who would want to operate within the 1D1F program. Mr. Speaker, question is, these recommendations ought to be made known to every applicant and ought to be advertised before even the application is brought to the committee. Secondly, if these applications are granted, do we as a House have the capacity to monitor its implementation and usage? I recall the Minority Chief Whip and I have been having some discussions on tax waivers. I even sent him a full scope of tax waivers that have been granted to companies in this country, and the volume is like this, Mr. Speaker. How do we as a House monitor them? Do we have the capacity? Do we get proper reporting from the ministries, departments, and agencies? So if you are passing this guideline, then the House must be equipped enough to be able to follow through and understand the use of these waivers that we are granting. Mr. Speaker, I know the Trade Minister has been on the floor a couple of times to answer questions on how the country has benefited from this policy. At the last count, he said over 178 new factories have been set up and over 158,000 jobs have been created. You might challenge it, but that is what he's told the House. But to the best of my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, I didn't know of a confit juice factory. We all drive to Cape Coast and see the potential of pineapple production on that road. And but for this policy, we wouldn't have realized that factory. So it's a plus for all of us as a country that we are beginning to use the raw material base within for our youth. So, Speaker, we didn't know that the tomato factory that has been set up is producing, is working, is creating jobs. We might criticize there are enough examples to cite and say that before 2017, all these interventions and factories were not in place. That's how industrialized countries started. Korea, China did not get there by erecting huge factories. One day, they started from their garages. Some started from small compound homes. And today, they are industrialized. So it's very good we start at a point that we are proud to say that we even have 50 factories in a year. It contributes to tax revenue. It contributes to job creation. And we must laud the government for this initiative. Any government that comes, I believe, will not cancel this program. It will not be in the interest of any government to do away with this program. We've always reviewed programs. We've always not cancelled programs, Mr. Speaker. So I support the motion on the floor and ask that we put in place the right mechanisms to monitor the implementation of these guidelines. And Parliament must resource the Finance Committee to be able to report on all the tax waivers that we grant to any will-be applicant under this program. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, now leadership.
Well, I was hoping I would take one more, if you don't mind.
Respectfully, I'm also supposed to go.
Yeah, for the board meeting, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been battling with this tax waiver and incentives on the floor for the past decade. Mr. Speaker, this is a golden opportunity for us to do things right. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to commend the committee for the work that they've done, but to say that it's not enough. And to urge the committee to try and finish up on the tax waiver bill, exemption bill that is before them. So that will give us an opportunity to even have a more comprehensive waiver against almost all the waivers that we've been having. So, Speaker, I do not want to repeat some of the things that have been said, but I agree with them, like those who, on their own, just give their grants without coming to the House. Two, as a country or as a parliament, our own failure to annually put together the exemption for that year, just to give us a guide, to have an idea how much we are giving out. That will force us to then measure the benefit that we are getting as against what we are giving. I think these are all things that I expect that when the Finance Committee finally brings the tax waiver exemption bill, we will have the opportunity to deal with. Now, Mr. Speaker, even before that comes, Mr. Speaker, I have a number of reservations, and I can say, even though I've spoken to the chair of the committee, I will support this only if these amendments are taken into consideration. Other than that, I'll put the fearless resistance to the adoption of this report. Mr. Speaker, one, like my colleague Honorable Atufosin said, for new entrants, companies, yes, I agree, as in paragraph 6, the recommendation, we should grant those as waivers. But I disagree when it comes to health insurance. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is not a secret. When our own vehicles were going to be exempted, they didn't exempt the health insurance levy. I don't see why you want to exempt that for any other person. So that, I want that to be taken out, so the B to be taken out. And then, Mr. Speaker, when we come to the 2, for those who want to expand, Mr. Speaker, my stand will have been very natural that they don't deserve to take anything. But if we want to encourage people, because someone may be in Sawam and wants to expand towards maybe in Suhum or maybe in Tamale or in Kumasi, the same company wanting to expand, so that person may need. But we do not need to give the health insurance and the corporate income tax for another 5 years. No, the Speaker, these two must get out, so that when you are expanding, you only get fund and the enzyme levy for the expansion. And Mr. Speaker, I have 5 other amendments that I want to be incorporated into this. Mr. Speaker, one is a company applying for 1D1F tax exemption should not be permitted to benefit simply. If you are not careful, people can take advantage of it and then do state capture. And you and I and many of us who have been following the American dream, in 1914 they had to stop Rockefeller and force him to break his company into smaller units because it has become so big and we're totally almost taking everything. That's the essence of history. Today, Amazon in America is not able to expand beyond a certain point. We cannot just give these incentives to one individual who will just run 10 companies, 20 companies, 30 companies. No. In 2 districts, you are done. And Mr. Speaker, I want this amendment to be captured as a condition for us to be able to support this. Mr. Speaker, 2, the other thing that I want captured, where a district has already benefited from a 1D, 1F tax incentive, another company set up in that district shall not be eligible for the 1D, 1F tax incentive. Mr. Speaker, if you go to, you see my colleagues is talking about 100 and something companies are benefited. This house has granted 36 waivers to them. Many of them are in the Tema enclave. The real essence, where we want to spread, to get them in many districts. That's why we ourselves, the program is subtitled it, One District, One Factory. Now you have 5 of them in one place, 10 of them in one district. So many other districts are not benefiting. Mr. Speaker, we have 261 districts. This is the only way we can prevent them from choking into one district. Because, Mr. Speaker, part of the reason why when they take the loan, government try to absorb part of the loan and get waivers for them is that for example, you want to set up a factory in Techima. There may be so many other disadvantages. Maybe where you got the land, there's no access for water, electricity may not be there. So all these things are the reasons. If and Tema and Kumasi, why will we be giving you all these free things? So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to capture that you cannot establish a 1D, 1F and get a tax incentive in a district that's already benefited. 3, Mr. Speaker, where a company sets up a number of factories across a number of districts, that company is not eligible for 1D, 1F tax incentive beyond 2 factories established. Mr. Speaker, this one is different from just 2 districts. 2 districts having, 1 district having more than 1. But you, the owner of the company too, you cannot just have so many of the companies, as I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, the 4th one is a company that is applying for 1D, 1F tax incentive should indicate how many jobs it is expected to generate in 3 years. That is the only way we can measure what we are giving you against what we are likely to get. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, a company that applies for tax exemptions under the 1D, 1F initiative must show indication of full compliance with all the tax obligations required of it as condition precedent for consideration of the application. Well, Mr. Speaker, recently, one of them appeared, if the Chairman of Finance will remember, and we said, have you paid all your taxes? Mr. Speaker, they've been operating. I will not want to mention individual names. They live like kings here. Apparently, they've not even paid their taxes for the past 5 years. Yet they were coming here for us to exempt them. So we should make it condition precedent. If you want to come and take exemptions and you are an existing company, show evidence that you paid all your taxes. You and I, before we file for elections, and even as MPs, we are asked to go for tax clearance certificate. Why will companies want to come to this house for incentives and we don't want to ask them whether they paid their tax obligations? Mr. Speaker, we must insist. And Mr. Speaker, yes, you have to join the board. There are so many other things to be done. Mr. Speaker, I want the chairman of the Finance Committee to speak to this amendment that I have proposed, because I want them to be captured as part of the district. And I'm sorry to indicate, failure to accept this additional thing will make it very difficult for me to support this arrangement, because people have milked the system enough. We cannot continue allowing people to waste our resources, whilst the poor persons who are struggling in the Makwala market, in the Kiditia market, in the Kotokraba and others are being squeezed of the few sweats that is left them, whilst these big companies dance around with our own money and end up even repatriating most of them back to their home countries. With this comment, Mr. Speaker, and hoping that the chairman will let us capture this additional this thing so that we can all happily support this report. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I may give an information that will be critical for some of the amendments that the Honorable Chief Whip has suggested. Mr. Speaker, I will support the amendment apart from to say that we should be careful with the corporate income tax. We can say this because in the original corporate income tax 2015, there are location incentives that already prescribes for companies that are established outside Accra. So if you are a company and you are operating from regional capitals, you don't pay the full extent of the corporate income tax. And if you're a company, you're operating in a district, you will extent of what the companies in Accra are paying as corporate income tax for the purposes of industries and agriculture-based industries. So we should be careful not to propose something that will conflict with the existing law. Because, Mr. Speaker, what we have here, the corporate income tax for 5 years, relate to only companies in Accra. They are paying the full extent. But the companies that are operating outside Accra already has a rebate. The rebate is in law. The corporate income tax is already in law. So what I will suggest is, probably, Mr. Chairman, you may need to revise F of your recommendations. The recommendations on F, where you say corporate income tax for the first 5 years of operations, it can only be applicable to companies in Accra. But the companies outside Accra, because they are already an inherent rebate in our laws, they will certainly get those rebates and they will not need this. So I suggest probably we modify what we have in F or delete it entirely and go according to what we have. I submit.
Yes. Now, Mr. Speaker, before the chairman comes, my worry is that maybe Honorable Atufosi is not following what we are talking about. If you are operating and you don't need tax incentives and what have you, you don't need to come to this house, and those laws will apply. Okay. But where you want to come to this house that we should put you under 1D1F and give you this exemption, we are saying that as part of the condition, these are what you need. And in doing it, you will not take your mind off the, what do you call it, the corporate tax law. If somebody is going to do it, say in Comuna, already corporate tax and other things have been, there are some, but where you want to operate under 1D1F, we are saying the guideline is that this should be from the guideline. So before you come, you know the do's and the don'ts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, leader.
Speaker, first of all, let me commend my colleagues on the other side, particularly single them out and commend them with the sense of patriotism that they've spoken to. I'm particularly touched by a statement coming from the ranking member and my good friend, the minority chief whip. So yes, we are saying the same thing. There's a common denominator. We want to have a close facet on our tax system. And it could not have come at a better time than now. With this global economic challenge that the world is facing. Maybe one will say that we should have had this conversation long ago, but it's better late than never. At a point, I was wondering if we have to really think through these guidelines. But again, I convinced myself on the grounds that this is coming as an interim measure. The main one is the tax exemption bill, right, which will come as a real game changer for us in the context of these matters. But to see that the Finance Committee, yes, very busy, they've done a lot of work. I think they have to put finality to this tax, the exemption bill. It's been on the table for. So, Chair and Ranking, you have to tell us something meaningful. What is it that is holding this bill that cannot be passed And as a result of that, we have to, well, so we may have to look at it with dispatch. Speaker, on this 1D, 1F matter, and I've heard my respected leader trying to poo-poo it. I mean, sometimes I wonder. You see, fact be told, there's something in the Constitution that we say is directive principle of state policy. 1D, 1F is just semantics, but the decision corporate Ghana to industrialize is not new. Decision by corporate Ghana to industrialize is not new. Government that have come and gone, one way or the other, have tried to industrialize. But this government believes that it should be one district, one factory. It doesn't mean that all of it will be achieved in one term, or it's work in progress. So if for 7 years or 5 years we've established 100 factories, and somebody wants to take away credit and say that, oh, you said that every district will have a factory, you have not achieved that, and hence you haven't done well, I beg to differ. Sometimes we speak to negativity excessively in this country. Are we saying that with this policy there are no positives that we can celebrate? Sometimes it is when you celebrate the positives more, it encourages us as a country, one entity, one country with one destiny in moving forward. So people should be measured. In particular, I wish my minority leader was here. He should be measured in his criticism. Some good words have been chopped. In my constituency, 3 factories have been established under 1D, 1F. No, the government. You see, Speaker, I don't want to respond to my colleague, but he is inviting me, and he says, not even one in Asawase. You don't know what I did. I need to give you some lessons. I also moved. You can't sit in Asawase and wait for all the companies to come. You have to make a move. You must help in creating the enabling environment. I moved to the 1D, 1F secretariat almost every month, pushing around, lobbying around, and looking for support. Colleagues, on a more serious note, government set the overarching policy, one district, one factory. We as players, political entities, must also support. The last time I heard about Pram, my good friend, he was on the same platform with the president, and was a factory that was being set up under 1D, 1F. Let's embrace it with a sense of patriotism as we spoke now. I'm sure that if Tamale Central MP has also embraced this policy and had approached the Secretariat of 1 District, 1 Factory, I'm sure we are aware of is it shea butter as one of the important raw materials that could be processed, that it could add value to. So let's depart from the, I don't want to say partisanship, but let's show more patriotism to this policy of government and support it. And I'm sure that all of us will stand to benefit. Speaker, let me conclude on monitoring. MME is everything. In every project, MME is everything. Guidelines. Yes, I was trying to relate to the chairman. The chairman says that these guidelines are guidelines that are going to be adopted before, applications are assessed. And I beg to differ. When these applications are assessed, they are assessed to a certain end. So, probably, I don't know how we can couch it, but if you can find space. For the Ministry of Finance, I don't know the duration that we can attach or assign, but the Ministry of Finance must come and outline budget of monitoring and evaluation under 1D, 1F. They must report to the committee, and the committee must report to plenary. That must be done. That must be done. And I think if we are able to capture that, it will also go a long way to help us in the interim, because now we'll be operating with guidelines before the bill is passed into law. So this is a very good day, and I hope that all of us can support it. I don't know what the chairman will say to my colleague's suggestion, but it makes sense to me what he suggested. It makes sense to me. Ranking and chair, what do you say to these suggestions? Let's find a way of incorporating all the possible loopholes. Even though it's a guideline which is going to be applied in the interim, there are some visible loopholes that we should be able to deal with before the bill is passed into law. So with these words, I want to support the motion. I thank you.
Yes, Chairman, you say you want to clarify something?
Yes.
Okay, be brief, please.
I will. Mr. Chairman, to begin with, I'm touched by the sense of patriotism that has attended this debate. I identify with the point made by the Majority Chief Whip that 1D1F has been a good policy, and it is the reason it is necessary for us to tidy the loose and achieve even better outcomes. Just to address a couple of points. References have been made to the tax exemptions bill. Mr. Speaker, your committee has sat on the bill, and what we're looking to do is to get it passed by this House before this month closes. We had a number of amendments. We are trying to get the AG and the Minister of Finance to incorporate those amendments and relay so that we can get it passed before this month closes. Once that is passed, a lot of the issues will be addressed. For instance, there's a provision in the exemptions bill that speaks to the matter of monitoring. And every 5 years, the minister, if this House approves that provision, will be required to come and account for the specific exemptions that have been granted. So the exemptions bill hopefully will be passed before this month closes, and we urge the House to support that when the bill is relayed by the Ministry of Finance. Speaker, an important point I need to make is that these guidelines are sitting on a resolution that has been passed by Parliament. The 1D1F request came here. Parliament, through a resolution, approved a certain scope of exemptions. I think we should be careful the way we use these guidelines to amend a resolution that Parliament has already passed. Now, that is why you see for under 6I, we have the full scope. For a company looking to set up a factory in a completely new district, I would assume that Parliament would want that factory to benefit full scope granted. I have little reason to think that Parliament wants to rescind that decision, which is why we have captured the full scope for fresh greenfield factories. Now, in respect of the corporate income tax, it is here, honestly, practically, because it was captured in Parliament resolution. The good thing is that since we started, in practice, nobody has enjoyed it because precisely novel at forcing me that many of these entities already enjoy this exemption under another regime, but we captured it here because the mother resolution upon which these guidelines are sitting. The big point is about the National Health Insurance Levy, where I would plead with my colleagues seeking the amendment that for a fresh company, and Ghana's manufacturing sector is the weakest sector of our economy, if people really want to move into new districts and set up factories, then we should be happy to give these exemptions. And I would respectfully request, especially for the new district, that we let the import NHIL remain for the new district. The other points made about tax compliance, actually we required already, only we have not captured it in these guidelines. We are happy to include it here, but it is part of the working arrangements we'll be using. We'll be requesting tax compliance. The jobs to be created, or the jobs that have been created for those that are already operating, are things we require. We just, because they were not part of the contentious areas, we did not list them here. But we are happy, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, I hope you are not now moving the motion.
No. So, we'll capture them here. So, if our colleagues would permit, please, in respect of the new factories, the NHIL, please let us keep it. Let us keep it. That's what I would plead with my colleagues, that otherwise the rest of the points are worthy points, and the committee is happy to reflect them in the guidelines.
Yes, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of give and take, once it's accepting all the other things and it's just talking about the first one, I think we will agree that we keep the health insurance in that one. We're hoping that when the actual bill comes as a house, we need to look at it. But for now, in the spirit of just making progress, I will forward all these things to the clerk at table for it to be properly captured, and then we'll take the decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Just for the avoidance, so for the purpose of our rapporteurs, we are keeping the full scope for fresh companies as we have here. And then the point about setting up factories in more than 2 districts, that it is obtained for the first 2 districts, that has also been accepted. I see that as the main amendment to this. Is there any amendment that?
Yes, we have for the amendment that, I mean, making sure that the tax obligations are cleared is also added, and then
okay,
and then telling us the number of jobs we'll be able to create in 3 years is also there, and the last one is no 2 companies will benefit in 1 district under 1D1F. That will be it.
Yes, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. I'll put the question again. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, it is obvious the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
We should add that we are approving it subject to the amendments.
Yes.
All
yes,
the necessary
yes,
and relevant
yes.
amendments.
Yes. So the approval is obviously subject to the issues that has been raised, the amendment that has been raised. Leadership, any indication?
We had earlier agreed to take a statement, but I don't know if 2 statements, the honorable member for Tema Central, and then the honorable
unfortunately,
if it pleases.
Unfortunately, I'm supposed to be at the parliamentary board meeting. And
so, I want to humbly suggest, if it so pleases you, that we take the statement today.
No.
I get communication that it will necessarily have to be shifted to tomorrow. So we will appeal to our colleagues, the honorable member for Tema Central, who has been here, and then the honorable Suhini. That Speaker, with your leave, they should put themselves in readiness for tomorrow.
And honorable member for Biposo, Nsuta.
Yes, honorable is yes, Speaker.
So, honorable members, kindly permit me to bring proceedings to a close. We are adjourning the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.
back again, Charlie. I am live here in Durban, South Africa. And guys, I hope you are enjoying my vlogs from South Africa. Today is a beautiful day. We are going to explore the city of Durban. We are going to be seeing how beautiful South Africa is. We are going to see how beautiful Durban is. And there's amazing activities to do today, and of course you guys are coming along, so let's go. Let's enjoy the scenery of this beautiful place. I have had the feel of South Africa already, but I'm sure you also want to experience it for yourself, so let's go.
The Blue Lagoon at Umgeni River. Just now we are just walking towards the Green Hub. Normally the Green Hub is a bike hire.
Okay.
And also a tourism information office that was built in 2010 during the World Cup.
Okay.
It was to accommodate visitors who came in for World Cup if they want to go around the city. And also it was also the drop-off zone of bikes.
Okay.
If you have hired a bike from Ushaga, you can ride up to the stadium and you can drop off the bike at the stadium or here.
Okay.
It was like vice versa during that time.
Okay, so guys, this is our tour guide for today's trip. What's your name?
Sanel.
Sanel. Okay.
They also do different tours. There is a bicycle ride that starts from here to Ushaga Marine. They also have the city cycling tour. They also have a cycling and sip tour whereby you also go for a wine tasting.
So we are currently here at the Blue Lagoon about to ride a bike. Everyone is like ready having a bike. This is my bike. I took a very sexy, cute, blue looking bike. Hey. Yay! This is interesting. For people who can't ride a bike, I don't know what the fun it is. Like, you can't ride a bike at your age? But this is so fun. We are about to take a ride and of course you guys are coming along. So I'm going to put on my helmet and show you around. Let's go. So guys, I have my camera behind the tour guide and I'm going to be following him. So if you see me behind, just know he has my camera and yeah.
Now we are next to Kingfisher Canoe Club. This is where they normally launch when they train for Canoe Duzi Marathon. So just across from this bridge to that bridge, that is the mangrove forest. Does anyone know the mangrove forest?
Yeah, we have some in Ghana too.
But the mangrove forest has like there are three different types of mangroves. You'll find the black, the red, and the white mangroves. Then there are specific animals that are commonly found from there, and also birds that are commonly found there. Animals that you could find, you'll find mostly crabs and frogs. And those animals that you find there, they could not survive anywhere. They only survive from that forest. And also those plants that you see, they only survive there. Then the yellow one.
So far it's been so fun. Hi Sassy! What happened?
Oh my god, it's been amazing, guys. Like, it's, you know what, Durban, I wasn't expecting this, but it's just been so lovely. Like biking, the views. I'm a fan of views. It's so beautiful. Just the vibes, everything.
The vibes, yeah. And the fact that the weather is so calm, we've been riding for some time now, we are not even sweating. Like, yeah, so let's go guys. So we just ended our cycling tour at the Blue Lagoon. We are going to the next, and of course you guys are coming along. So this is the shuttle behind picking all of us. So let's go guys. So we are currently here at the city center, and this is also the first place where the train was also built. So as you can see, there are tall buildings behind me. Everyone is selling, everyone is buying, everyone is chilling. Yeah.
Okay, we are at the Victoria Market currently, where you will see different things from different cultures, even African countries. Some of the things that like artwork, the beads, the spices, you also find them here. Then we'll go in a smaller shop where they will teach you about spices and how to mix spices if you cook.
Well, most of the spices coming from India,
Okay.
but of course some spices grow in Africa,
Okay.
like cardamom, cinnamon, certain spices, cloves,
Okay.
right, you get in Tanzania,
Okay.
you know, certain spices, yeah. So these spices are imported.
Okay.
Initially, the bulk of our clients were Indian clients,
Okay.
but over the years, it's evolved. There's whites, blacks, everybody now indulges in curry, some form of curry or spice. So that's where we've been. And the good thing about us, we blend it for people according to their requirements.
Okay.
You may prefer a medium mix. She may prefer a hot mix.
Okay.
You know, somebody wants a more turmeric in it,
Okay.
color. You put more turmeric, by the way.
Okay.
And of course,
break
yeah.
it down?
Yeah.
Can I break it down? Sure, sure. Yes,
Spices
certainly.
for us, please.
Well, look, curry isn't one spice. Curry is a fusion. It's a blend of different spices.
Okay.
And you'll find in the Indian kitchen spices like coriander. You know coriander?
Yeah.
We call that dhania. Then you get another spice called cumin or cumin. That's
Yes.
the one. That's cumin.
Yeah.
These are seeds, by the way, ground into powder. This is fennel. You know fennel? Fennel is very good for digestion, for heartburn, etc. You'll find Indian restaurants after dinner, they give you fennel coated sweets that you chew on. It's for your heartburn, your digestion, etc. So that's the fennel. This one's garam masala. Garam masala is a mixture with cinnamon, pepper, cloves, nutmeg, all ground together. Paprika, that's your nice deep red color, paprika. Chili, that's the hotter one. Piri piri, that's mamma mia. Now this is really hot.
Pepper.
Peri peri is
Yeah.
the hottest chili in this part of the world. It's not the hottest in the world. I mean, you've got habaneros and ghost peppers and whatever that are so darn hot, you know, jalapenos and whatever, that are so hot. But peri peri is the Southern African hottest chili. And the yellow one is turmeric or turmeric. This is, I call it the wonder spice. It's extremely healthy. It's good for you. It's an anti-inflammatory. It's an antioxidant. Really, turmeric is a wonder spice. The world over is now consuming turmeric, either in paste form or powder form, whatever form. And this is what it is, in tablets, paste, etc. Because what this does, it alters your alkalinity. It reduces your acidity and increases your alkalinity. That's why it's so good. That's the turmeric. So this is what the base of the curry is. So the housewife will put her coriander, cumin, fennel, cinnamon, ginger, garlic. Then we'll also put fresh ginger and garlic. We take root ginger, we crush it up. We take garlic, we crush it up with the pestle and mortar. So that's added in as well. And this is what it looks like. These are the threads. That's your saffron. That's for paella, for risotto, for bouillabaisse, for biryani, for pilau. Like recently we had our Eid festival, right? And during the Eid festival, everybody indulges and makes royal dishes. And one of the royal dishes is like biryani or pilau or kalya or whatever. And you use the saffron. Saffron is tiny threads that are hand-picked. And the best saffron comes from Iran. That's Persian saffron. Of course, you get saffron from Spain. You get saffron from Switzerland as well, Morocco as well. But the best saffron is your Iranian or Persian saffron. But that's the expensive. But it's not used every day in every dish. It's used for special dishes, for special occasions. When you're doing a treat or something good, you know, that's your saffron. So curry, ladies, it's all these spices put together.
850. This is 850. Guys, let me know in the comment section if it's beautiful, because I think it's beautiful. It's in South African colors. They have beautiful artifacts. And there's this cup. Wow, this is nice. Wow, I have a similar cup here I use in the office. Let me see. Oh, okay. Guys, let me know in the comment section, how would you rate these earrings and this purse? How much is the earring? How much is the necklace? This is so beautiful. I love it. Okay, so let's see what to get. So guys, I got this necklace. How much is it?
450, 400 for you.
Okay, guys, let me know in the comment section if you think I should get this. I like it though. But it's like, it feels as though it's holding my neck. Can I have a bigger one? My neck is very big, so it's
no, let me adjust it. I put it at the
okay. I'm getting this for 300 and this for 90. Yeah.
No.
Fine now. 90 is fine now.
She put it on camera, so I can't say no.
You can't say no. Yeah, you can't say no. So I'm getting this for myself, and then that I'm really confused as to what to give my friends and family, but then I'm sure I'll figure it out on what to give.
What do you want to say? What were you saying?
On what to give my friends and family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You don't want to get the
I don't know, like it's too small, like
too small.
Yeah, it's like nothing to appreciate. Okay, wait, show me what you wanted me to get.
Gifts because they appreciate you.
You
Because you
understand,
love
like,
to give gifts.
And like you don't give it to them.
Exactly.
It's not what they want.
So this is
to buy.
for jewelry.
You can store your jewelry. Anything really. Yes, it could be like a snack stuff, but it represents South Africa, the colors, and like it's made here.
And remember, this is done.
And for me, I feel like it will fit into my box. I don't have to do with any extra.
And then I add this to the.
Yeah, you add a cup. I ended up buying headbands for my friends. I got this necklace for myself and a cup. So we're about to go on a city tour on this bus behind me, and I'm super excited you all are coming along with me. So let's go. This gives you a better view of Durban. This gives you a better view of the city.
Destination, a city that has a lot to offer in terms of heritage, in terms of destinations, in terms of sites, and also experiences. We have 5 tourism regions altogether. The central region is the one that we basically cover in this tour. We are going to be driving the entire central region from the beach to the city center, and also we'll then drive up towards the destination, our bus. They were introduced in 1893 by a farmer and a sugar magnate, Mr. Marshall Campbell, who imported them from Japan. Their full name is Jinrikisha, and this means a man-powered vehicle. We had 2,000 vehicles once. Our left-hand side here in the circle, we normally have the rickshaw carriages. The rickshaw carriages are a namesake of our bus. They were introduced in 1893 by a farmer and a sugar magnate, Mr. Marshall Campbell, who imported them from Japan. Their full name is Jinrikisha, and this means a man-powered vehicle. We had 2,000 rickshaws once. Now we are just left with about 20 of them, and all of them have a unique design and pattern on their bodies. They have one thing in common. That will be the horns. They are symbolic of the Pule's ancestry because they are mostly pulled by people of Zulu culture. On our right-hand side, we have the rickshaw monument here to celebrate the presence of the rickshaws on our mile.
So one thing I've realized is the coast of Durban has like high-rise building, which is really, really cool. So everywhere you are close to the coast, you can get like amazing views of the Indian Ocean, and also you get to experience Durban, like Durban, because Durban is like the coastal part of South Africa. So yeah, so far so good. It's beautiful out here.
Behind us, we are being chased away from our spots by the People Mover bus. This is a commuter transport that operates daily from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. during our low season till midnight during our high season. To board the bus, it's important to have a loose change. They charge 6 rand per person for a single trip, 16 rand 50 for many trips that you can fit in. That depends on when you purchase your tickets. If you purchase it now, it will be, you can have as many trips as you can fit in from that moment on till 10 p.m., which is when the last bus runs. Along the mile, you have an opportunity to shop for craft, for curios, and for beachwear. You have a chance to also choose from a variety of our beaches, which are all individually named. This works best because each of the beaches is unique in shape, also unique in the way that you can experience it. Just to give an example of what I am meaning, if you go to the south as a surfer, you might enjoy that. If you are still a learning surfer, starter surfer, neophyte. The North Beach, I'll just explain what I mean by the differences in the beaches. The North Beach is the one that is mostly providing joy to the surfers because it has rigorous waves. It is more suitable for one who is an advanced surfer because they now can do stars, they enjoy the larger waves as compared to the smaller ones here in the south. There are other things also that are making the beaches unique from one another, and we have piers in between with only just one pier that has a structure in it, and that will be just down by the Shaka Marine World. I'll talk more about this as we progress.
So we are currently here at their residential area, and this is very nice. It's so neat. Hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting every experience here in Durban, South Africa. A big shout out to the South African tourism. Until next time, on my next video, I love you all. Mwah.
George, you good?
Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing while here. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Love you all. Hello. Good morning. Guys, just take a look at the washroom. The female is lioness, and then we have the male, which is the lion. This is interesting. For you.
Yeah, we have to.
So we are going to see the lions in this car, in the safari car, and this is how it looks.
I will be taking you out on the tour. It is about an hour and a half, maximum 2 hours, depending obviously on you guys. Generally, if you're not happy with it, in other words, no questions, no interest, it take about 10 minutes, just drive through everything. But as long as you start asking the questions and everything like that, I'll definitely be talking about everything. But guys, just also know this is a captive park, which means we will definitely see predators, lions, wild dogs, cheetahs, hyenas, and leopards that we will definitely see. So a few gaps, you see them but just above your head, that's where you can take pictures from. But I ask no arms and hands go outside the vehicle. Our lions do sometimes jump up against the vehicles.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
But if you want if we don't mind the donations if you put your arms and fingers outside, we don't mind. But just also know, yes, if you do that, it might invite them to come closer. McDonald's of the bush. You guys see the big black M on the back side? It's actually a follow me mark, but they like to use that as a, what we would call as a marking to stand for McDonald's. Reason why? They're fast food for predators.
The lion is chilling.
Yo, Simba!
Not Simba, but antisocial on a regular basis, especially on a Monday. Over 300 kilograms, and he's only 9 years old.
How long do they live for?
So in a captive area they can live between 20 to 25 years. Out in the wild it's only about 10 to 15 years. So they do live much longer in a captive area because obviously everything is given to them here. Ladies are given to them, food is given to them, habitat is given to them, so they tend to live at anything that has died of natural causes. But our lions are quite picky on what they like to eat, preferably horse meat. It's less fat, and that's what main thing they do.
How often do you feed them?
Only twice a week.
Twice a week.
And they can be there full, they survive the whole week.
Yeah, they can actually go without food for up to 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah. The reason why is, you see how he's laying right now?
Yeah.
Just know that they actually sleep 16 to 20 hours a day. So their digestive system is very slow. And on top of that, lions can't actually digest bone or skin.
Hi! Hi!
You said well fed. Most of our people call our lions fat. But we don't like fat shaming our animals. They are well fed.
Well, they're well fed. Did you see how she schools them?
Oh wow. She's like, big sister's like, don't do that.
Oh wow, wow, wow.
Sit.
She's being a bully, as I told you guys.
What's she doing now?
She's just being a bully. Exactly.
So this is the first family we've seen.
Family of lions? Yes. Alright, let's head that direction.
We are going to see the next one now. I'm super excited. I hope it's bigger.
Well, this one also has one. So they took everyone's that has come in, I'm assuming. So this pride is a little bit more different than the previous pride. We've had
George, you good?
You guys need to actually listen.
How many lions do you have in all?
We haven't got. We've actually lost count.
Wow. But it's going to be over
No,
70?
at the moment it's about over 70. We've been keeping count, but it's not at this point. That's more or less what
And how
we
do you
have.
guys separate the aggressive ones?
Those ones we've already put there before we actually had them here. So we've picked out the right ones.
That was a quickie. Samuel.
That it's just to add on to my information. We have officially watched mating.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Is it Sipo or is it
It's Sipo.
It's Sipo.
It's not yet. Go faster, bro.
Wait till
You guys need to actually listen.
Wow, listen.
Oh, what am I? What am I? Just keep quiet and listen.
Very humble. Quiet.
Yeah, no. He has microscopical spikes, and those spikes actually is just there to stimulate her to fall pregnant. So that is why she has to give consent. If she does not give consent, they'll get a high five in the face. I don't know if you guys noticed her body language when she sat down. She slightly lifted up her hind legs. That was her invitation and consent, by the way. So she won't just allow a male to mate with her. Now he's gonna. So, ladies, let me just elaborate a little bit. The best way to explain this is like the guys that follow you in the club. Yeah. He will not let go of her until she's pregnant, in his eyes, because as you guys noticed, when he licked her at the backside, there are actually hormones that produce to tell her that she's pregnant. So once he sniffs that outside of her, it's another way to just tell him, listen, I'm pregnant, so you can leave me alone.
Wow.
Alright, let us go towards another family, guys.
Sure, bro. See you next time.
This is really beautiful. Like the fact that they are all closer to us. Whoa. Bye bye, our new friends. So it's huge. Yeah. This is another beautiful family.
This is our Rainbow Nation pride. So there's a white male that's got very much scars on his face, and his name is Marshmallow. And the male right next to him, his name is Shaka. They are actually brothers. Same mother, same father. Father was white, mother was brown. So Shaka is a split lion, which is a mix between a white and a brown lion. And the female right in front of us is actually a normal savanna lion. So she's like a normal brown lion. So, but what's interesting about her is she also carries the genetics of a white lion. So if she mates with any of these two males, she can actually have white. You guys, I told you.
So we are currently here, and then the hyenas. These are the hyenas. So let's see the hyenas, but they are sleeping.
Honestly, if you want to really see our African wild dogs and our cheetahs a little bit awake, is on Wednesdays. They get fed on Wednesdays. Say again?
They're all sleeping.
So with our African wild dogs, guys, this one will eat you alive. Okay. They're known to be the most successful hunters in the animal kingdom. Their success rate in hunting is about 90% of the time that they catch their prey. So the black line that goes down the face, your leopards do not have that marking as they are night hunters, and your cheetahs are day hunters. So the marking on the face.
It's not a leopard.
This is a cheetah. We are currently seeing the cheetah.
Where you get to see two types of hyenas. That's the striped hyena and spotted hyena. So there's your striped hyena over there. They're actually waiting for you guys, by the way. And then you can take a walk around. You'll find me back here by the vehicle when you're ready to. There's just a little stretch of leg.
Yeah, you're going to see the hyenas, walk around them, show you how they look. Yeah. So this is how they look like. This is the first one. If you look far away, they are currently sleeping. And this is the source of water.
Hey, Chowta girl.
What's her name?
Chowta.
Chowta girl.
Chowta.
Chowta girl. Oh, this is her.
Chowta. What's up, Chowta?
Hey, Chowta girl.
Hey, Chowta.
Hey, pretty girl. She likes being praised, by the way.
She likes what?
Likes being praised.
Hello, beautiful.
And there's another one, but he is so dark here.
In between the trees on the ground.
Guys, this is going to end the vlog here. I felt sick right coming here. I don't know what happened, but I really feel sick. So this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting the entire park with you. Let me know in the comment section if you learned a lot about these animals, and let me know if it's a place you're going to find yourself whenever you're in South Africa, whenever you're in Johannesburg. It's quite a distance from me. It's about an hour drive from Johannesburg, but yeah, it's worth the drive. It's worth coming. It's beautiful. You get to learn about these animals and how they live and all that. So until next time, on my next video, I hope to catch you up the next time. I know even though your girl is sick, I know you enjoyed this video. I love you all. Mwah. How did you enjoy the tour? How did you enjoy the tour?
The tour,
Yeah.
It was a good one. Personally, first time seeing lion that close, even though I'm an African, but I don't have a lion as a pet. But people are saying when you come to Africa, I mean, all Africans have lion as a pet. I remember when I was in China those days, they said when they came to Kenya for the first time, Kenyans were using giraffes as a pet. So they decided to establish the train for Kenyans. You know, but it's rather unfortunate that as an African, I've never seen a lion before. So today, coming closer to a lion, it's super cool, man. Seeing lions climb trees, I thought it's only monkeys that climb trees.
Yeah, me too.
That was a tour. It was really cool. I really enjoyed it. I felt safe, which is important, right? When safe now.
You sure you felt safe?
I felt.
Africa has been treating me well with good food. Today's vlog is a compilation of some good nightlife experiences here in Durban, South Africa. Don't forget to like, subscribe, show me some love, and join the family. I love you all. Mwah. So one thing about this trip, right? Even though it's very fun, it's stressful because You come back for a drink, the next minute they're like, you are going for dinner, you're going to enjoy. Now, we got back like an hour ago and we've been given like an hour to quickly rest, dress up and go. But because I also want to take some pictures, take opportunity and get nice pictures of this place before I get back, I have to like quickly dress up. So today I've decided to wear some makeup, lipstick and look sweet. Final look. Then I put on heels, ready for nightlife, of course with you. Let's go, guys.
Right now,
just got to. This place is really beautiful. So guys, we finally got to our the restaurant. The place is so beautiful. I'm very happy, and I know I'm going to have a good night. I'm going to have a good evening with you. So yeah, Vivian, say hi.
Holla! So we're at a restaurant, I don't know its name, but it's so pretty and I'm excited to have it. Oh, hi! How are you? Having a fantastic time.
What's the name of the place?
Oh, it's called Dukta, I believe. Yeah. It's like fine dining, you know, wine.
Looking forward to it all. So most of their restaurants have like a barcode. You just have to quickly scan and you get your menu on your phone. So I think it's very easy, very convenient, and I'm about to order my drink for tonight. Yeah. Thank you. So happy. It's spicy just the way I want it.
The chicken is so amazing, just like selection.
Have you tasted it yet? You need to try it.
I don't know, but you know, spiritually, it tastes good.
What am I on doing?
You know, I was editing the vlog, damn it, your energy, man.
Oh, when are you posting?
No, tomorrow.
Everyone is tired, but then I'm not tired. Going to have dinner and you all are coming along, so let's go. So I ordered a cheesecake, but it came with chocolate. So I'm just eating the ice cream. You're all invited. This is dessert. The ice cream is good. Here at a place called California Dreamy, which is very nice. I really like the aesthetics of this place. And yeah, if you find yourself in Durban, South Africa, make it a point to visit this restaurant. Their food is good. I had rice, and one thing I've also realized here in South Africa is their food is really affordable. Like I can have like starter and a main dish together with a cocktail, which cost about 400 rand, which is close to about 200 Ghana cedis, which is very affordable comparing it to Ghana cedi. And so yeah, I hope you're enjoying this vlog so far. So I'm having rice and brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoy sharing all these locations with you. Whenever you find yourself in South Africa, Durban, make it a point to visit one of them, and I'm definitely sure you're going to have a good time. A big shout out to the South African tourism for this experience. I am having the best time of my life thanks to them. So yeah, hope you enjoy watching this video. I love you all. Kisses. I'm currently here at the Moses Mabhida Stadium, and I'm about to go Segway for the first time. I keep turning, but yeah, it's going to be my fun experience. And even though I'm standing on it, I have been taking through some lessons, and I know you all are interested. So let's rewind to experience how this started. Let's go, guys. Here at the tour company that we are going Segway with, and it's called Segway Tour, and the activity is also called Segway. This is my first time doing something like this. I'm super excited. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to glide because it's something I like. So yeah, this is the atmosphere here. This is how it looks. It's right behind the stadium, so it's not somewhere you're going to get lost. How are you doing?
I'm good. What color helmet would you like? White or black?
What color do you think will suit me?
Because it's summertime, I'd go white.
White, okay. So she's going to get me. How often do people come here?
Every day.
And you're open every day?
7 days a week, from 8 until 4:30.
Okay, and how much does it cost?
Our cheapest ride is 285 Rand for 45 minutes, ranging up to 590 Rand for a 2-hour tour, which goes to a shark.
Okay, so is there a specific clothing you must wear?
No, just very comfortable clothing, preferably tackies. Preferably tackies, as it's easier to ride with.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, I think I wore a dress today, and I think I'm good to go. Since it's going to be more of standing on the Segway, yeah, if that's what it's called, a Segway. So I'm super excited. You all are coming along. They also have others. They also have like skating bikes, skating shoes. If you also want to skate around, you can rent them here. So yeah. Hi Vivian.
Hola.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you excited about today?
Very, because it's actually my first time, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm so happy.
We are both so happy. We can't wait to learn and
Honestly, essay has been so much fun. Like, it's been back to back, but the fun has been non-stop. And today is just another one, after which we have more lined up. So guys, don't go anywhere. This is the channel to be at, okay?
So he's our tour guide. He's going to do some lessons with us and also explain how this machine works.
Yeah. So first thing that we have to do, our hands must be here on the handlebar. Step on, make sure that your feet are in the middle of the mat, not too forward, not too back. Always keep them in the center. Yeah. The machine will just need to lean forward with your body straight so you go forward. Slow down, we lean back.
Do you lean back with the machine or you lean back with your body?
No, it's you with your body.
With your body?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So the more you fall forward with your body straight, faster it goes. Yeah, so you slow down, you just need to pull back.
The first lesson, I'm giving my first try. Yeah, so let's go.
Yeah, your waist will come close to the back. Yeah, your
This is a fun activity to do here in South Africa. This is so fun. It's so easy to learn. Everybody can ride the Segway. It's my first time, and I must say I'm having the amazing time of my life. Hi, what is this? Fish. Oh. So we are currently here for a short break, and that was so much fun. I fell earlier on, I don't know if you saw it, but I crashed Vivian mistakenly, and yeah, but this was so fun. Wow, and the view here is so amazing. Wow, just look at this. Tour guide for some time. How long have you been doing this?
2 years.
2 years. Do you like your job?
Yes.
You like it?
I like it.
You have like a gold teeth here.
Yeah.
Hey, he's a rich man though. He has a gold. He has gold in his teeth. It's only rich people who can afford gold though. That was just by the way. So guys, this place is beautiful. Let's hear from my friends their experience. How was it?
It looks very scary.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It's cool. Okay. Hi, Sassy. How was your experience?
It was lovely. I had such a good time. First time, and I killed it.
You killed it. Yeah, you killed it. So let's say Vivian. How was your experience?
It was so much fun. I want to do this again. Like, I had an amazing time. Even though we bumped into each other at some point. Yeah. But it wasn't so bad.
Okay. Hi, Jennifer. How was your experience? Amazing. I loved it. Hi, Anita. How was your experience? You don't know. What do you mean by you don't know? So Anita has been scared the entire time, but then she managed to come here with us, which is exciting. You see how everybody reacts to this activity differently. So for somebody like Anita, she's not used to all this giddy adventure, but I am used to it. So yeah, I hope you enjoy watching this vlog, and I hope you've enjoyed riding with me too. So they are like a group of people surfing around here. I don't know if you can see them. And this is beautiful. So far this has been so amazing. Thanks to the South African tourism, this experience has been worth it, like from day one till now. I hope you've enjoyed so much from my videos. If you missed them, please go back, watch them, enjoy, and let me know what you think. We are here riding, in fact gliding the Segway. The Segway, and it's been so fun. Yeah. So we're about to enter the tunnel. So we are going back just as we started from. So the beautiful part is from here you get to see the stadium. This brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed this, as much as I enjoyed sharing my experience. Until next time on my next video from South Africa, Durban, I want to say thanks for the support. I love you all as always. Kisses.